CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
So as a kid, I danced. Also, I did theater in school. I did choir a little bit. I played instruments, did music. So I was all over the place, all over the creative field, everywhere.
I love it.
A little bit of everything.
And a lot of these activities were in school and outside of school?
Yep, both.
Very cool. So you had a busy schedule.
I did. Yes, I was always busy doing something after school.
Yeah.
Or straight through high school. Even through high school, I was always busy doing something. Yes, always.
That's awesome. And I would say, just knowing you as I do, that pattern of being busy has really stuck with you.
It has, yes. As an adult, I'm still very busy all of the time. It's really set my life.
Well, you seem to be having a good time. So
yes.
Let's go ahead and talk about your business life. Now, when I think of Rashida, I think of kind of three very distinct businesses. However, there may be more. There may be legally less. I don't know. Why don't you give our audience a little idea of what your business is? What do you do?
I do a lot, but it's all sort of in the same realm of things. So it's not like far apart kind of industries. I am a photographer, but I also write and direct and produce. I animate as well because I actually went to school for art and design. So I do graphic designing, I do animation. It's all pretty much in the same realm, even though they're separate companies, but it's all entertainment, creative field focused.
Amazing, amazing. And how do you feel you really got started, or where did you start?
It's hard to say. Again, as a kid, I was always doing everything. So it's kind of, I don't know where it began because my earliest memory was doing things in the creative field. Mm-hmm. I was always doing something creative. I was always either doing art. I was always either doing a school play, a musical, playing music. Career-wise, I would say, after college, because I went for art and design with the goal in mind of doing marketing and advertising. I wanted to do graphic design. Mm-hmm. That was my goal. And then after college, I started in real estate, and then I was doing real estate marketing to use my graphic design background. And then from there, it sort of segued into photography, which then segued back into me writing, which I had been doing when I was younger. directing from there, mixing the photography in. It just all sort of like segued one thing into the other. But the foundation really began in childhood, starting with my performing arts background as a kid.
Wonderful, wonderful. And your photography work actually is very grounded in the performing arts world.
It is. Lots of actors, lots of directors, producers. I work with a lot of people within the creative field as a photographer as well.
That's wonderful. And how long would you say you've been doing? Just to clarify for our audience,
Yes.
you do own your own business. Would that be an accurate description?
Yes.
Okay.
I own all of my own businesses.
Yes, you are a full-time entrepreneur.
Full-time, yes.
Yes, lady boss, rocking it.
Yes.
Now, how many businesses do you have at this point? Am I
have
3 or
3? Yes, because well, one of them holds my photography and my commercial work that I do for animating and videography work is one, and then I have my production company, which is another, and then I have my streaming platform, which showcases creations, short films, things of that nature by Black creatives. So it's 3 individual entities that contain other little mini things within them.
You just dropped a little golden nugget. You just dropped a golden nugget. Streaming platform.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's one of my businesses. You mentioned photography. You mentioned videography. You mentioned graphic design. You did not mention streaming platform. Tell me a little bit about this.
So it started in around 2018 is when I started getting the moving pieces together for it. We launched a year later. It's right now I'm in a place of transition where I want to start adding original content, original shows, original movies, things of that nature. So we haven't been adding new stuff from other creatives, but it's still going to be that same business model of being Black created, featuring Black artists, telling Black stories.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful. And as you are aware, our audience, this group of mainly melanated families, all kinds of blends.
Just wonderful.
So, it's so important to find quality stories that reflect our experience. That's super cool that you have this platform that people can check out and find stories that they can share with their families, which is awesome.
Yes. It's called X on Demand. You can find us at xod.tv.
Wonderful. xod.tv?
Yep.
Awesome. We're going to definitely drop a link for that after this interview so that people can check it out. I am curious because you did mention we. So with all these businesses, it sounds like you have 100 people working for you.
I don't. I have.
I know. Tell us more.
With my thing is I have a really hard time delegating tasks off to other people because I myself am such a perfectionist. So when I do delegate things for the streaming service, yes, I did have help because it was a lot. I had a team of developers and assistants that helped me on with everything going on with that because it was just too big, too all-encompassing for me to do by myself. With my other businesses, though, with my photography, with my animation, things like that, I do that strictly all by myself because it's hard for me to rationalize bringing someone else on and explaining to them how I want something done. And I think to myself, well, I can just do it myself and get it done faster than I can explaining it to someone. That's something I'm still working through. Because I realized in the long run, I probably would be a lot less busy if I did take the time to explain to someone else so that they can do those things. Yes.
Yeah.
Working on that.
Growing pains. It's okay.
Growing pains.
Okay. Yeah. Now, because you're doing so much on your own, I mean, it sounds like you never sleep, which, you know, looking at you, you look well rested. So I'm
I
going to
do
say,
sleep.
like,
I do.
you know, you do sleep. Excellent,
Yeah,
excellent.
yeah.
So how do you manage so much? Do you adopt a certain organization philosophy? Do you focus on one thing at a time? Are you a unicorn? Like, what?
A little bit of everything.
Mm-hmm.
I do. Over the past couple of years, I learned the art of saying no and not taking on more than I can handle, which is something that it took me a really long time to really grasp that concept.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay to say, you know what, I've got too much on my plate. I can't take this on. It is what it is. That's something I feel that a lot of entrepreneurs, it takes us a longer time. There's a learning curve there because we're so excited to have opportunities. We're so excited to take on new work. We're so excited to learn new things within our fields that we don't want to say no because we're like, we don't know what this opportunity may lead to.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
We don't know, and we also don't know if this might be the last opportunity we have for a long time in this, you know, for this specific thing. So that's something that took me a few years to really hold on to, let sink in, and implement into my business. Learning the art of saying no, learning the art of taking time for yourself, making sure that you are getting sleep, making sure you're eating, making sure that, you know, all the aspects of your business are taken care of, things of that nature.
That's wonderful. And everything that you just said is also something that I say are tenements for parenting, right? Because it happens where parents don't want to say no. There's so many things, you know, on the plate. You want the child to be able to have certain opportunities. You also want to make sure that you're still being social with your friends. And then there's, you know, work and all that stuff if you are a working parent. And even if you're not a working parent, just managing a household is work in and of
It
itself.
is a lot of work. Yes, it is. People don't realize.
Yes. So just that whole remembering it's okay to say no. No one's going to get offended. Some opportunities, maybe it's better that we let them pass, right? But
Yes.
just taking time to kind of refuel yourself and focus on yourself is amazing.
Yes, very important.
Now, do you adopt any particular organization strategies?
I'm very big into using calendars.
Written or digital, or all the above?
Digital.
Mm-hmm.
And it took, you know what? It actually took me a while to transition from writing things down manually and moving into the digital space. But now I live by it. I totally live by it. I'm very big also about emailing myself things. Writing down as things come to me and I remember this is a task that I need to take care of, email it to myself. Don't forget to do this, don't forget to do this, don't forget to do this, adding it to the calendar so I don't forget to do it. I'm very big about leaving myself notes so that I can stay on top of tasks because I feel like organization is so key to every aspect of life, not just in business, not just in personal. Every single thing you do, you need. Being type A really has its benefits. It really does. It really, because it sets you up to remain disciplined, remain focused. Those things are so important in your personal life and your business life to maintain a schedule, know what you're doing next so that you can plan your life accordingly.
Absolutely. That's really great advice. That's really good advice. Speaking of life planning, what is next for you?
Oh my goodness, where do I begin? I mean, really, it's my next thing is always to be building up on my businesses, to be moving to the next level, to be progressing in all the fields that I focus in. That is really always my next thing is how can I be doing greater, better, more within this field, that field, and progressing to the next level.
Wonderful. Now, do you ever find people saying to you, oh, Rashida, that's too much. You should just focus on X. You should just do that.
I really don't. But I also think it's because everything that I do is all within the same general field. I feel like if I was someone who had like 5 careers in 5 different fields, and people would be like, why are you in 5 different fields? But I feel like everything I do kind of relates to the next in some way or fashion, that it doesn't seem off. And I feel like that's a lot of the reason why I'm able to maintain myself and my businesses the way that I am, is because everything kind of just generally works off of each other in some way or fashion.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
What would you say was the biggest life lesson you had as a growing up that has impacted the way you do business today?
Biggest life lesson.
Could be something that you learned in school, or something that you learned from your family, or in the arts. Any way you choose to define that.
I feel like something that I learned over time growing up is the art of giving yourself grace. That would be something that I say is a major life lesson, especially as an entrepreneur, especially as a business owner. We oftentimes will compare ourselves. And that notion that comparison is a thief of joy is real. That is a real thing, because you really, especially business owners just starting out, a lot of times we will look to other businesses within our field that have been in the game for, decades, that are, billion-dollar corporations. And we'll think, why aren't we there yet? But it's like, we've been in business for 2 days. It's like,
yeah.
What? That is something that really, it's also that mindset of the things that you see on Instagram, how they don't relate to the real world experiences. That is something that also parlays into business, because we're looking at businesses be successful, and we're not being conscious of the fact that they had to work so hard, and they required so much investment from not only people, but money to get to where they are. So if you're just starting out, you have to learn to give yourself that grace and not expect yourself to be a major multi-billion-dollar corporation tomorrow. Because look at Instagram. Instagram is a multi-billion-dollar business, and it crashes monthly. There's always a bug somewhere. Billions of dollars go into that business. There's always a bug somewhere. Disney is a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Disney Plus got hacked on its very first day. I mean, it's like, you have to give yourself grace, because people who are billionaires are failing. So it's like, you're going to fail. It's going to happen. Give yourself grace to build from there, build yourself up, get into a good position in life.
I really, really love that advice. Growing up, my family certainly didn't pressure me for any kind of success in anything. They weren't like, you have to have straight A's or anything like that. But it certainly wasn't, the idea of failure wasn't a pleasant idea. And I would just say that was in society in general, not just my household, but it was kind of like, if you were playing a sport, you didn't want to be the losing team. You didn't want to be the last one picked. You don't want to fail that test. You don't want to fail anything. And I really love that you just mentioned, like, you're going to fail. Big companies fail all the time, and that's part of life. So that's something that I certainly wish back in the olden times when, we were all using candlelight with our quill to plan our calendars. I wish we had been taught to embrace the concept of failure. I feel like that is a takeaway. Embrace the concept of failure. So many people are not taught that failure is something that's inevitable in times. So when it happens, it's like people start self-destructing. You're going to fail eventually. It's going to happen. It's not the end of the world. Learn from it, grow from it, be better the next time you try it. Oh, that needs to be on the t-shirt. Done. It's gonna be on a t-shirt. It's gonna be in Rashida's new Shopify store.
Yes,
With
yes,
business number
t-shirt.
200.
That is
Wait, we gotta trademark it first. So you guys.
yes. Trademark first, always.
Awesome, awesome. Well, one more question for you.
Yeah.
Because you are such a talented entrepreneur, what is a takeaway you would want for a young person to have from your story?
I feel like it goes back to that whole giving yourself grace in learning to fail.
Beautiful.
And I also think that a lot of times parents tell their kids that anything is possible,
Mm-hmm.
but then they also set them up to expect for things to not be possible.
Oh, that was so deep.
A lot of parents
Yes.
tell their kids, you could be anything you want. And then the kid says, well, then I want to be an Oscar-winning actor. And the parent goes, maybe a lawyer would be better. It's you. But you said I could be anything. I feel like it's really important to foster the things you see within your child that you see inspires them. Really give them the freedom to explore different fields, different outlets. It goes back to what we opened the discussion about, how as a kid I was always in something, I was always doing something, I was always busy. It's because those are the things that interested me, and my parents saw that they interested me, and then when the things stopped interesting me, then I said, okay, then you don't have to do that anymore. What do you want to do next? You want to do this? You want to do that? I feel like it's really important for parents to look at their kids, sit with their kids, talk with their kids about the things that interest them, what inspires them, what do they want to do, what do they want to explore, and really give them the freedom to do that. Because a lot of times people are finding way later in life what it is that they want to do, what it is that makes them happy. And it's because they weren't, as a kid, allowed to have that freedom to explore. So I would say my advice to not only parents, but to kids would be to explore everything and anything.
Yeah.
Find what makes you happy.
And I think it's, important for us as adults to remember is that exploration doesn't necessarily equate to expensive, right? So
very true. Yes.
There are so many ways to find discounts or free different trials. There's just so many different opportunities. The same way a parent might choose to do science by going on a nature walk and exploring just what's in the local park or the backyard. I have had parents tell me so many times, oh yeah, I want to put my kid in dance class, but we don't really have the money right now. And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, they know that I offer dance programs, and I've said their kid can come by anytime, right? Like, taking advantage of those little opportunities. Or the local Y is down the street, and they have free dance Saturdays or something like that. There's just there's so many different ways. Even the library has tons of free programs.
There's always stuff going on in the local libriaries. Always.
I'm like, why is the library this cool? Wasn't this cool when I was a kid? I mean, it was like, yay, books! I was excited about the books. Now you get excited over the music and the puppets and
there's crafts. They have like crafts. Yes. That was another thing. Yeah. I used to go to libraries all the time when I was a kid. That was another thing. Yes. I used to always, when I was a kid, I used to always go to the museums. Yes. Explore. That is, there's nothing you take away except for one thing. Let that be the takeaway. Explore. Allow your children to explore.
That's the second t-shirt for your store. You could also put that on a coffee mug, FYI.
That would be great on a mug.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it would.
Right. I'm gonna help you with your 200 business. It's all good. I got you.
Thank you.
Rashida, it has been such a pleasure having you on the Lean Learning Program. Please stop by again anytime. Congratulations with your success as well.
Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the show. This is the Homeschooling Magazine podcast, in which we bring you the best of the best in the industry of business, homeschooling, education, wellness, and life. And today we have such an amazing guest backstage. She is amazing, Shirley Rump, and she is doing something that I think is truly amazing, because this is a line, or I would say the industry, that you just don't really think about, but you know you need it. If you understand what I'm saying. You don't really think about it, but when you need it, you need it. Okay, so today we're going to have her on the show. So go grab your family, go grab your family, go like, follow, and share. And we're going to have her in the room in a moment. This is the Homeschooling Magazine podcast. We'll be back in a moment with our featured guest. Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today. And just like that, we are back. Let me tell you something. I am so happy to have Miss Shirley in the backstage today. Why? It's because she's a fellow South Carolinian and all her amazingness. You know, I interview a lot of people, but not too many South Carolinians. So this is near and dear to my heart because we are one and the same. So let me bring on the amazing Shirley Rump. Welcome to the show.
You. Absolutely. It's a pleasure. I am thrilled to be on your homeschool show today.
Oh, I am more excited than you because, especially during the times that we're living in now, this topic, even though sometimes we may not want to discuss it, but it's something that we need to discuss because it's so prevalent today. And the fact that you're not only speaking on this issue, but you're also passionate and you're mission driven and you are helping us protect our families. But before we go into it, we have someone from our virtual studio audience in the house.
Hello, Muhammad. How you doing? She is also an amazing podcast as well. Check her out on CTRMediaNetwork.com. That is the Queen Candy podcast. All right, so let's talk for a little bit, or I should say discuss. You are on a mission to empower women, children, and men with safety. What made you decide to go into this area of business, and why is this so important to you?
Absolutely. And that's a great question, Tina. My passion for Denzel in Defense was I was a individual, independent representative for another company. And I was in and out of people's home. And I didn't have any protection. Nothing but me, the Lord, at that time, a bag phone that didn't work in rural areas. And I had nothing to protect myself in the event that if the unforeknown had to happen. My second reason was I have or had two sons, and it was hard having the conversation with them about who they were, the do's and the don'ts all the time. So I Dental in Defense was just like right on point because we have some amazing books that's called Safe Heart. And Safe Heart makes the conversation much easier to talk about. And then thirdly, Denzel in Defense has a Denzel home where they help protect young ladies that are being sex trafficking, the different states. And so that was dear to my heart as well. And I said, you know what? I can be a part of this help, this mission. So that's what drew me in to Denzel in Defense for myself, my family, and to help others. I wanted to, pass it forward, you know?
Yeah, well, I want to just tell you thank you because, like I said, this is a topic that we normally don't discuss about sex trafficking, what to do in the case of an event and you need to protect yourself. Having those much needed conversations with our children about which involves safety because child abduction is on the rise, and bringing the awareness, but bringing it in a way that is easy to digest. The way that your company actually presents the information is not intrusive, it's not overbearing, and it's not overwhelming, which will make people run away. It's very inviting, and it's also providing you that confidence that if an unforeseen occurrence occurs, that you are prepared.
Absolutely. And that's exactly what we're about. It's not all about sales, it's about having that awareness because like you said, we don't think about it until it happens.
Yeah.
You need to always have a plan. And I know concealed weapon is also high on the rise right now, but we have to understand we can't always take a
Oh, we lost her for a moment. We'll be back. Yeah, all right. That's okay.
we can't take a concealed weapon everywhere we go.
That's true.
So you have to have that extra layer of protection. It's just like our officers. People don't think about them. They have more than just a concealed weapon. They have a flashlight. They have a stun gun. They have pepper spray. They have a flashlight. They have layers. And so we have to understand too, we have to have layers of protection. And with that said, our college age women.
Yes. Okay. So she is getting an incoming call right now. So Ash, giving her time to come back on and piggyback off of what she was saying. We need layers of protection, especially now in the times in which we are living in. And we have to have these conversations. So before she had to step away for a moment, this is this is what really pulled me towards her business, is because it's actually talking about what they call the safe hearts. And this is her company's educational products in regards to safety. Okay, sometimes it's difficult for us as a parent to figure out the right words to say to our children to help them be self-aware and self-assured, but not overly afraid. And so they made these products, board games, they made these bags, they made multiple different things that's cost effective so that it will make the process of speaking about safety and child abduction and what to do in the case of a stranger trying to do this or that. What can you do? And um, as women, it actually helps us because who want to carry a bulky, cumbersome, let's keep it real, ugly contraption with our ensembles? When we dressed up, we want to we don't want anything to clash with our outfits, right? And so what I love is that it's very concealing. You would never know that this is a self-defense item, and some of these things that you have, that is actually two-sided. It can help you with a flash, but also help you with defense.
Mhm.
So all of it is amazing. And now we have her back, and I want to just keep them going while you wasn't able to be here. But that is one thing that I actually like too, because I actually carry some various different things with me. Now, the public don't know what it is, but if I need it, I have it.
That is wonderful. And thank you, Tina, for stepping right in. You're just amazing. And you did a fabulous job in explaining the product. I heard you talked about the concealed weapon purse. And you're absolutely right. It is a purse, and it allows you to carry your firearm in the back of it, and no one will ever know that you have it. So that's an amazing product as well. But like you stated earlier, the Safe Heart products, and that is why I wanted to be a part of your homeschooling network, because the 8 books that we have, they are phenomenal. They're very easily read, very easy to explain. Your sons and daughters could possibly read them on their own, and then you ask them questions about how they felt about the topic that they read. And that just kind of opens up the conversation, because also, I'll say 15 years ago, I worked in a legal office, and it was heartbreaking to see so many parents bringing their children in for just a pat on the hand, trying to help them get out of a situation. So those books are just phenomenal. We have a game that you can play with them, like a Monopoly, that they actually go through the different steps and ask questions about them as well. And then for those, because you're homeschooling, we have the lunch pail box for them, and the little stickers, and those items as well are in the group.
Yeah.
But for the parents, you're showing the other items that I have, which is the pepper spray, the socket to me. It also has I think you're showing one of the stun gun, but also amazing, Tina, in your audience, we also, which I want to give everybody tonight, a free app. And the free app is actually called Shield Community. And you can download it from your Apple Store or Google. And it allows you to put in 5 contacts. And within those 5 contacts, in the event that if you have an emergency and you hit that alarm, it will alarm all 5 of those individuals, letting them know that you need help. It's no charge, but it does connect to one of our pepper sprays. Also, you can download that to that. So if you disarm that pepper spray, that too will set off the alert of that alarm and let somebody know that you need help. and then you have the option of turning it off when you're safe. So it's just a phenomenal tool as well. And our pepper spray is actually better than our officers. It is, no one needs to be within 16 feet of your space.
Wow.
Okay. So just imagine if you're shooting your pepper spray, it will arm 16 feet away from you. And it has a UDI in it, where if you spray somebody with it, it actually stays on them for 5 days. They can bathe, shower, whatever. So in the event that if they have to go, they're caught and they have to go under the blue light, that dye will still be in on their skin. So, I mean, so the police know, okay, well, you were involved in some form of a crime, you know. And so, like I said, we as individuals need to have just another level of thinking, an exit plan. Granted, be at home with our children, spouses. Everybody needs to have an assignment of what I want you to do in the event if we have an intruder in our home or whatever. If you're out with your friends or whatever, everybody needs to know what we're going to do if something should happen. Who's going to be responsible for calling the policeman? Who's going to be responsible for saying you need to get out? You know, just have some form of a game plan so that you can exit safe. Because what's more important, when we leave our homes in the morning, we have 2 goals in mind. We want to get back home to our loved ones. And in the event that if we have to have that defense, and we have to defend ourselves, we want to be able to tell our own story. We don't want someone else to have to explain what happened to us.
That is so true. And I want to say hello to our virtual audience. We have Adrian Riley in the virtual audience. Hey, she said, hey, my sister. I'm assuming she's speaking to you.
Yes, hello.
All right. So welcome to the show. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to take this commercial break. And then after that, we're going to speak a little bit more about these, just elaborate more on the importance of this safety and having these helpful, or I would say healthy conversations, not only with our children, but with fellow relatives and friends and family, because sometimes as adults, we don't do what we need to do because we don't want to even think about the unthinkable. And so this episode is all about having that self-awareness and also just talking about this and discussing this. We hope we never have to deal with it, but if we do, then you have this available. So we'll be back in a moment.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tom Anderson, and I'm the owner of the Potters Computer System. What we do is we build computers, repair computers, and upgrade computers. Where? In Lugoff, Camden, Elgin, and in Richland County. Now, since we're going through the COVID epidemic right now, our goal is to pick up your computers, repair them, upgrade them, and return them back to you. Sometimes you don't like us coming into your house, so we can meet you at a separate location and get your computer from you and get it done for you. My telephone number is 803-667-5348, and we've been serving the community out here in Lugoff, Camden, and Elgin for about 7 years, and Richland County for about another 7 years. So, if you have any needs, please give us a call. Once again, my name is Tom Anderson, Potters Computer Systems. My website is www.potters, P-O-T-T-E-R-S, computers, COMPUTERS.com. And remember, most of all, you'll have a positive day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
We aren't selling a lifestyle or a fad that will fade. No promoting an agenda to the easily swayed. This isn't just an opportunity or a subtle cause to make some money. This isn't just pretty lights and late nights, or a way to have some fun. See? This is awareness, protection, healing, connection. Where freethinkers gather, a place of purpose, reflection. This is mission, passion, where new beginnings start. This is family, community, a home with a heart. Where you have a voice and your story makes sense. This is Damsel in Defense.
This is Damsel in Defense, and we have one of the most amazing independent representatives inside with her business, the amazing South Carolinian Shirley Rump, and we are going to bring her back on because before the commercial break, we was actually discussing the multiple layers of not only defense, but education, and how her mission is to protect the families. Okay, we know that this topic is not always easy, but especially today, we need to have these healthy conversations that, in light of a situation that may possibly happen, you and your families will be protected. And one thing that she said before we went to commercial break that I thought was just wow, mind blowing, with their pepper spray, and that is more powerful than what our police officer used. And then another thing that resonated in my mind, what you said before we went to the break, Miss Shirley, was that it has something in it that actually, if you spray it on an individual, it stays on the skin, and up under the light, if they're looking for the assailant, they can see that, hey, you was there. Because wow, that was a great idea.
Yes, it really is. And the thing is, Miss Tina, they don't know.
Yeah.
They don't realize that it is still within their skin. So that's a real amazing thing. But what I want the audience also to know, Miss Tina, is that we are not trying to frighten them. We just have to be aware, because there is so much going on today in our world, and particularly with our children. Now, the pepper spray and the socket to me, of course, is not items that our children can use or carry with them, because you have to be 18 years or older to have those devices. But we do have a his and her alarm that they can carry. And of course, it is extremely loud and it is acceptable. But what I didn't bring some products with me because I didn't know if we would have time. But what I do want to share is one of the products I did bring. I don't know if you can see it. It's actually a pen, and it's called To Whom It May Concern.
Okay.
But this little pen right here is so powerful. This is the only legal device that we have that you can carry in a federal building and on an aircraft. And the reason for it is because it is a pen. But this little pen, and I'm going to try not to blind no one.
Oh, wait a minute.
Light. It's a flashlight, and it's a little beacon light as well. But the other good part about it is, if you can see those little ridges around there, probably can, it can be used as a striking tool. But the little ridges, if you were to scrape an individual with it, it actually collects their DNA.
Wow.
So that is very prevalent for the police, because it has their DNA in it that they can test. But and it's actually a pen. You actually can write with it daily, and it's a good tool for college students. On campus, young ladies, guys, whatever, in an attack, they have something that they can actually use to defend themselves. But it's an amazing. But what there's three things that I would like to share with the audience that I want to remember, and it's three acronyms, and it's A, E, and D. And what it means is, A means that you want to avoid a situation. In the event that if you see someone following you or whatever, you don't want to put yourself in a predicament where that individual could attack you. So you want to avoid it. The other one is E, and that means that you want to escape. Okay, you know how some people, they want to get engaged, but you don't need to be in everything. You need to get away from certain situations. And then the other one is D, and that is defend. You need to may have to defend yourself, and so you want to have the proper tools in order to do that, so that, like I said earlier, we want to get back home to our families. And in the event that if something should happen, we want to be the one to tell the story about it. So, that is the goal. We just want people to learn to protect themselves, to protect their children, and more so to protect their babies. To keep them safe, because they are vulnerable and they don't know. So it's our job as parents to be transparent and to educate them and others as well, because it takes a village. We got to get back, step back from the way, oh, it's my child. All children are all of our children, and all of them need to be protected. And like I said, that is one thing, that was one of the passion that drew me in to Danzell, because of the Danzell house, because there is so much, sex trafficking going on. It is just unbelievable, what is happening to our teens today.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And so, again, I want to thank you for your advocacy, for you speaking and educating on this topic and doing it so eloquently.
Thank you.
I have been in multiple rooms discussing this topic in regards to sex trafficking, abuse, domestic violence within the community. And the way that you explained it, it brought no fear. It actually brings comfort. So I really can tell that you're passionate about what you're doing, and the way that you explain it is very, very comforting. We actually have someone over on LinkedIn, Miss Terry Bell. She said, great information. Thank you so much for tuning in today.
Thank you.
All of this has been amazing. And as you can see, everyone who is actually watching this interview, and because some of you are listening, some of you are watching. So if you want to see it, you go over to CTRMediaNetwork.com and you'll be able to see that revolutionary pen that she was actually giving us a demonstration on a few moments ago. I mean, it looks just like a regular pen. And the fact that it's multi-purpose, you can use it as a pen, you can use it as a flashlight, and if you need it, you can use it as a line of defense. It's just totally remarkable, the ingenuity and the thought processes that went into making it blend into our regular day-to-day life, making safety normal.
And very not, because nobody would ever think that it could be used for a defense weapon.
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. All right, you guys. So I know you're pretty much like, wow, this is remarkable. I 100% agree with you. And as a mother, a grandmother, a wife, and a businesswoman, you would think this is all that she does. Well, no, she actually has another business that she is actually helping us with down here in the Midlands in South Carolina. What exactly is that business, you might ask? We will find out about it after this commercial break with our amazing guest, Miss Shirley. So after this commercial break, you're going to find out how else she is helping the community. See you guys in a moment.
Listen up, everybody. I am so excited. I just finished a course and got certified on how to start a podcast and monetize it. Thanks to my amazing instructor, Tina Ramsey, my heart right now is overwhelmed. My dreams have been fulfilled. And if you are looking to take your company to the next level, then choose the best. Tina Ramsey, owner of the CTR Network. You don't want to sleep on this. If you want to invest in yourself, start today so you can monetize your business and get what you deserve. God bless you. Don't sleep. Get it done.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
And just like that, we are back. We have the amazing Miss Shirley, a fellow South Carolinian. I just took a pink with this because I'm talking to another South Carolinian today on the show. Okay, let me get myself together. Before we went to the commercial break, she was actually educating us on how we can have multiple layers of protection, not only for us as women, but also men, children, basically our families. And what we're going to do, we're going to talk a little bit about something else that this revolutionary woman is actually doing. You know, she is making sure that we are safe, but also is she keeping some of our other stuff safe as well. And you're probably saying, well, how is she doing that? Well, you're going to figure it out right now. But before we jump into it, I want you to give our audience your website on how they can actually go to purchase your products and services, because we actually have someone in the studio audience that said, wait a minute, do you have a website to order these products?
Absolutely. I would be delighted to. If you will, you would go to mydanzel.net/ShirleyRRump.com.
Yes, and you would. And then in the top right-hand corner, when you know, this is how you know you have the correct website for Miss Shirley. You will see her name, Shirley Rump, in the top right-hand corner here. You will see her phone number, and you will also see her email. Once you see that, you know that this is her website. And then the only thing that you do next is just simply purchase the items in which you have that you want to purchase. And it's just as easy as that. The company will mail you these products confidentially, and you won't have to worry about it. It will be concealed, mailed to your home, get it out your mailbox, or maybe your mail carrier will actually, depending on how big the box is, will actually deliver it to you on your porch. Very, very cost effective. I mean, I personally have some of these products. They're very doable. They're pretty. They're lightweight. And no one knows that you have them. Now, I never had to use them, thank you, God, but I have it just in case. Just in case. All right. So let's go into what you do, another business that you do now. Okay, so you're protecting our families with safety and education, helping us speak about the uncomfortable to make us comfortable. And now you actually have another business, which is called what?
Rump Notary Service, mobile notary services, put that way. I come to you to assist you with signing your documents that you have. And I'm so excited about this mission because we are just not as knowledgeable as we should be or where we should be in making sure that we have our legal documents in place for our family in the event that if the unbeknown should happen as well. So I have incorporated Rump Notary Services along with Denzel in Defense, along with an amazing attorney to assist me with your documents that you need prepared. And we'll be happy to make sure that you're on the right track. To have, so that your family, if need, not have to make those uncomfortable decisions.
So you guys, as you can see from the website, so give them the website out so that they can actually go to it.
For the
notary.
Okay. My notary website is http rump notary services .business.site.
Yes. So that's or they can put in www.rumpnotaryservices.business.site. Okay, so this is what you would do to get to her business of notary services if you need notary services, all of which is very, very important, because in the light of this is put right here. Here's the website, because I want to make sure that you guys get it very, very well so you can actually see it out, because I'm a visual learner as well. So you can actually see that you have to actually put a .business.site so that you can actually find it. Of course, once you get to the site, you will see her amazing testimony or story. And also you will not only see her, Mrs. Shirley, but you will also be able to read the testimonials from some of her previous clients in regards to her services. And the fact that it's mobile, as a mom, as a business owner myself, as a daughter, as a friend, we are so busy, right? So if someone can come to you to mark off one thing that you don't have to do on our numerous list of to-dos every day is amazing. The fact that you're mobile. So thank you for that. So tell us a little bit more. You have anything else you would like to share with us about your business or businesses, either one, which I think you're keeping us safe on the legal aspect. You're keeping us safe from the physical aspect. You're just the safety woman.
That is what I aim to please to do. And the reason for is because I was in that situation where I had to make decisions, my husband and I, for our son. But thank God we had documents in place to make it easy, because believe it or not, when you have a loved one in the hospital, you don't want to wait until they get in the capacity where they can't tell you exactly what they would like to do. And to have to make that decision is hard. So having that conversation with your mom, your dad, even your children, because my children at the time, we ended up getting POA for them, which is power of attorney for them, when they turned 18. And the reason for it, because they're teenagers and things can happen. And unfortunately, that's what happened to my younger son. And I just thank God that those documents were in place for him. And I just want to be able to just bring different topics to the community, our surrounding area, to make people feel more comfortable. And if we need to come to your home, talk to you one-on-one, we'll be happy to do that. And of course, we are still in a COVID state, so we're masked when we visit your home. If it's not comfortable for you there, we do have an office space that you can come to as well. We just want it to be convenient and the information get out to the people to make them aware. We don't want the situation to happen and then you need that service and then you have to go through court in order to try to get it, because it's costly to do it that way. So we want to try to prevent that if all possible for you.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate you bringing up that topic. Having basically your last will and testament in place, your power of attorney, your medical health care, all of that in line, because these are topics that we know we need to discuss, but we don't want to discuss, but we wish we had if we get into that situation. Okay. And so I know personally I had to do a lot of that. And it takes you to a place that you're like, oh, I don't really want to think about it. But you want to make sure that your family, in unforeseen occurrence, they're not left with added stress.
Exactly.
Yes.
Because you're with the stress of them being in that situation anyway.
Yeah.
So that you want to make it more convenient. You want to have power of attorney. And now, as soon as you go into the hospital or the ER, they ask you, do you have a health power of attorney?
Yeah.
For your loved one or even yourself. And please, well, at least for the state of South Carolina, other states are different. So please check with your states. Even if you're married and wives and husband think, oh, you automatically have the right to make certain decisions, but you don't.
Mm-mm.
You need to have a health power of attorney for your spouses, for one another, and vice versa. It makes things so much easier by doing that. You just want your will to be carried out as much as possible. And particularly, if you have a large family, or meaning siblings, and you don't want anybody fussing about things, materialistic things, once you're gone, or think you have more than you have. And everybody is surprised that, oh, mom or dad didn't have X, Y, and Z. But if you put it in writing, everybody can get what it is that you would like for them to have or what you do have. And just don't spend so much money in court and giving court money because they are bickering or arguing about materialistic stuff. It doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah. Because as we know, financial things can really put a rip in a family.
Yes.
So the more things that are written out in your own words, and basically it's allowing you, even in a time where you can't speak for yourself, to speak for yourself, and this person get this person get that. It won't be any confusion. And even if it is, though, it's written down when you was in a sound mind, and so they would carry it through. You won't have to worry about your family being tied up in probate court for years and years and years and years and years, running up a bill at the end of the day.
And taking access that you do have, going forward. And then you'll end up with nothing. So it's extremely important. And then, of course, like I said, power of attorney is key. But the key too is that you want to make sure that you have the right person that you want to be over your and also in mind, power of attorney is only valid while you're living. Once that person expires, Lord forbid, that becomes null and void. But in the meantime, that little piece of paper gives that individual a lot of power. And so you want to be careful too as to whom you choose to be your POA. So it takes some thinking, but we just need to do it,
Exactly. I agree with you. We definitely need to do it. Hello, and welcome to the show. These are topics. First of all, I want to thank you again for coming on the show, taking the time. Thank you for helping us in the Midlands get ourselves together legally and also physically. And again, I want to reiterate the eloquence of how you speak about a topic that is very uncomfortable. You made it very comfortable. You made it just a regular staple that should be in every family household. This should be a regular conversation. This should be something that we discuss. And thank you for, I'm just going to call you the safety one, because you're just making sure we just safe all the way around. Thank you for all that you do, because I feel that everyone on this earth has a special gift, a purpose of why they're here. And definitely this is purpose driven, because everybody can't do this.
I tell you, it is definitely a thrill, and it is definitely a passion. Helping people has always been what I love to do. And I've done a lot of things, but this has really been home for me. Like I said, I've been doing Denzel and Defense for almost 6 years. Been in the legal field, but got out. Always been a notary, but now I just want to take it to another level because I see the need, and I want to help with that need. I want to bless as many people as I can.
Well, you're definitely doing that. So everyone, make sure to go check out her website for any self-defense items or products or services, even more so for our homeschoolers and also the public schoolers that actually watch our show as well, and their parents. Make sure to pick up those board games. That's help us with the game schooling. Also, you can add those books and resources into your homeschool curriculum because that is a great course that you don't have to create. It's already done for you.
Already done for you.
Already done for you. So that's one less thing you have to do. And say your website for Damsel again so that they can find you online.
Absolutely. It's mydancelandefense.net/Shirley R. Rump, RUMPH.
Okay, so make sure to find her. And like I said before, on all the websites that we're actually giving you, make sure that you see her name in either the top right-hand corner or the top left-hand corner so that you'll know that you are having the right representative, independent representative for her services. She's very, very meticulous on what she does, very educated on what she does. And you can also shoot her an email if you need any further services, because she had, as you can see, excellent customer service. So make sure that you with her and not somebody else, because I can't validate them. I can't give my stamp of approval on that person.
Well, and two, is there a way that you can see if the audience? I would like to give the parents a proactive parent guide, and it gives you steps in order to be able to have that conversation that goes along with the books. I would like to donate this to someone. So if someone could put in the chat for us the 3 acronyms that I mentioned, will be the person who wins the book. What you think?
Oh, that'll be good. Okay, for those of you who may have missed that was in the first part of this interview. You're going to have to go back and watch it again or re-listen to it if you're on the radio or on the podcast side of our show.
Absolutely.
It was, I remember, but I'm not going to say it. Okay, so everyone go back. That's going to be a fun giveaway. We're actually going to create a blog. And within that blog, I have something, a link or something that it can go directly to your website from that particular blog to make it easier for them just to be able to click and go. But you're going to have to listen to it. And so you guys be looking for that about a week after this goes up everywhere. About a week up after it goes everywhere. So, I think it's not necessary.
Fabulous.
Terry won. Well, people, you snooze, you lose. That's the end of that. She won. All right, Terry. So we need you to get in contact with the amazing Shirley Rump. So where do you want her to go? You want her to get your email?
Yes. You can email it to srrumph99@gmail.com. So that's srrumph, rumph99@gmail.com.
All right.
Name and address. I'll make sure you get it.
You heard it, Terry. You heard it here. So reach out to her, email her with your name and address, and she is going to send you that amazing giveaway. Thank you for blessing our audience on today. Listen, I thought we was going to have a chance to like give it all out, but I mean, Terry was like, no, not today. This is my good. all the way over there on LinkedIn. See, LinkedIn don't mess around. The people, the guests over there, they be like, I got my notes. Here it is. Those are business people. They ready. LinkedIn, stay ready.
Well, don't y'all forget to download the free app now also.
Oh yes, tell them about the free app one more time, and then we're gonna close out the show. So tell them about it again.
All right, the free app you can download is called Shield Community, and it allows you to put in 5 contacts and an emergency message. So, and in the event that if you're in a situation and you need assistance, if you match that alert, it'll broadcast out to those 5 individuals or a family member, whomever you choose. And then you are the only one that has the authority to turn that off as well. But it's connected to your locator, so they will know exactly where you are. So that is free, even though it can go along with our protective shield spray as well.
Oh, she clapping. She like, yeah. Congratulations, Terryville. And thank you so much for tuning in and engaging. And thank you so much for all the other, I call you our virtual studio audience. We have people on YouTube watching that's sounding in, people on LinkedIn, and also people on Facebook. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to the show. Thank you. Yes, the Shield Community app. So thank you for that freebie as well, you guys. As always, we want you to stay positive. We want you to stay motivated. And we want you to know that the Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, bringing you information, resources, and everything up under the sun, including amazing business owners like Mrs. Shirley, to share with you about how we can protect ourselves from a physical standpoint as well as the legal standpoint, you know. So thank you for speaking with us on this topic. Make sure to check out her website. Did you have anything else you want to say, Miss Shirley?
I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for inviting me, allowing me to have the platform to speak about these topics that are dear and near to me. And I just want everybody to just, continue to be safe, be prayed up, thankful, and we gonna make it.
Oh, well, it's truly my pleasure. That's the only reason why we created these shows as a platform to bring awareness and to also introduce amazing people like you. The only people that's able to come on any of my particular shows that I host are ones that's making a positive impact in the world. That's the only requirement that I have for ones that come on my show, that they have to be making a positive impact. And you're definitely doing that. All right. Making a positive impact. So thank you. Oh, we have a YouTube in the house, and I thank you both for sharing. Thank you for watching YouTube. Miss Ellis, and thank you, Terry, for watching over on LinkedIn. And also thank you, Muhammad and Mrs. Rowley, who's watching over there on Facebook. I mean, y'all just all over these social media streets just today.
Amazing. Thank you. Well, you have a phenomenal podcast, and I enjoy it. I'm the silent partner in the back, but I'm paying attention.
Well, I appreciate it. And thank you for helping us over here in South Carolina, and also educating all of us around the world, because this is a worldwide podcast. For those of you who are in July, I just want to give y'all a little exclusive. In July, Mrs. Shirley is going to be featured in the July's edition of the Homeschooling Magazine. So you want to see a little bit more, get a little bit more of what Miss Shirley has to offer. She's going to have a feature in the July's edition, along with some other amazing business owners, educators, homeschoolers from all over the world that is there to help de-stress the homeschooling experience, and also connect you with resources and opportunities for yourself and your family, and just have a good time at the end of the day and smile a little. It has a little bit of everything in order to impact the entire experience of homeschooling. So that's why we bring so many amazing people like Miss Shirley on, because homeschooling is not just homeschooling, it's a lifestyle, right? And with that, safety is a part of it, business, finances, mental health, resources, education, all of that is a part of it. So thank you for all the support, you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Miss Shirley, I'm gonna let you have one more word and then we're gonna wrap this up. And then you guys make sure to follow, like, and subscribe, and make sure to tune in and see what's going on, Miss Shirley, and click that button.
Absolutely.
Buttons.
Miss Tina has said it all. We want you to like, share, and subscribe. And if there's anything that I may be able to do for you on a personal level, one-on-one, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. I'll be more than happy to speak with you, meet with you. And if there's anything that we can do for you on the legal side, we're here as well. So God bless, and you all be safe. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Bye.
If you are a business owner or entrepreneur and you're looking for a way to share your mission, your purpose, your products and services literally with the world faster, safer, and easier, making your brand accessible to millions from the comfort of your home, well, I want to encourage you to join our Learn How to Start a Podcast and Monetize It class. Why? Is because this was designed for entrepreneurs like yourself as a platform to provide you with the knowledge in order to not only start a podcast, but successfully launch it. And then the third key, which is helping you to understand how you can monetize your podcast. As you are impacting the world with good, you can also build multiple streams of income from this one podcast and share your story, mission, and purpose literally with the world. So on today, I want you to go ahead and click CoachTinaRamsey.com to join our podcast class today.
Hello and welcome to Reinvent and Rise. Once again,
Hello.
I'm thrilled to see you here, and I'm excited to be able to offer this platform to us women 45 plus. I call us risers. And you know, we're going to talk about issues that pertain to us. So we'll talk about health, finance, career, and lifestyle, all the things that make us better. Today, I am very, very honored and happy to have with me, and I'm referring to her as Mother Barbara Joanne Bivens, because she has earned that title for sure. She is a 76-year-old great-great-grandmother, and she is a first-time author and entrepreneur. She is an anointed prayer warrior and CEO of Anointed Daughters of Prayer. She's a first-time author, like I said, at the right young age of 76. Her book, The Devotional Prayer Journal, is entitled, God is Our Help. Mother Bivens, welcome, and thank you so much for being with us today. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing so good. I'm very happy to be here with you. I'm glad you're here with me. Thank you for taking time out of your schedule to talk to us. I know that you've got a beautiful story for us, and you are just the epitome of what women need to see. and to understand that, age doesn't have a thing to do with our dreams and what God has appointed us to do. Because if he's given it to us to do, we're going to get it done, right?
Right.
Absolutely. And I know that he put something in your heart, and we're going to talk about that today. So I told them already a little bit about you, but I'm sure there's probably even more that you can share with us. Why don't you tell our audience some more about you? Anything else you want to share?
Yes, I'm happy to share part of my life. I was a teenage mother. I didn't get to finish my education. It was hard, but thank God I made it.
Yes.
All of my children are graduates, which I didn't get to do. And that was an accomplishment for me to get my children to go, finish school and not be in trouble.
Yes.
Yes. It wasn't easy, but by the grace of God, I made it. The prayers that I was writing in my tablet was inspired by the Holy Spirit. I started writing scriptures down on an index card, and it went from index cards to tablets. And I got my daughter Barbara, to read one prayer, and she said, "Mama, this is good. People need to see this." And I hesitated for a while, giving her the tablets. And one day I did give them to her, and to my surprise, she came up with the what you call it, manuscript.
Okay.
Yeah. So, in doing so, that was a surprise to me, because I didn't know anything about writing a book, or but thank God he put the right people in place for Barbara to be in contact with, and that's how it got started.
That is awesome. So tell me, where are you right now? Where are you joining us from?
Cordele, Georgia.
All right, now, Georgia. I'm from the South, originally from Charleston, South Carolina. Spent a lot of time in Georgia, but I haven't been to Cordele, Georgia, but I hear it's a beautiful place.
It is.
It is. Have you been there all your life?
All my life, yes. Born and raised here.
Wow. So tell me about your family. Do you have sisters and brothers? Are you one of how many?
I had a sister, but she's deceased.
Okay.
It was just the two of us, and she was 19 years older than I.
Wow. So you guys had a bit of a gap, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. So growing up, and I tell you, and it's so customary in the South, particularly with our mothers, the ages that they are, where education wasn't always afforded them. So it is such a blessing for the siblings to be able, for the children to be able to go ahead and do the things that you all were not able to do. And we can't help but have a sense and show a sense of gratitude for the sacrifice that you all made, so that we're able to do the things that we do now.
Yes.
So
yes.
I thank you. I know it wasn't just my mom who sacrificed. I know you did too. And many women like you have sacrificed. Now, I know in addition to the book, you're also the CEO of your own company. Tell me a little bit about that.
Anointed Daughters of Prayer. I have a prayer partner. I am a member of the Body of Christ ministry here in Cordele.
Okay.
And I have a prayer partner. Her name is Sarah Gaines. And we always pray together. And so one day the Spirit said to me, Anointed Daughters of Prayer would be a good name for the prayer group.
Ah.
It was just she and Barbara and myself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we get together, and sometimes we pray in person. Most of the time we are on the phone.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially now with COVID, we do a lot more stuff on the phone than we used to.
Amen. That's right.
Absolutely. So what are some of the things that you do with the company? Do you go different, well, before COVID, do you go different places and minister, or do you pray with different people? Is there anything in particular that you do as a part of your company, Warrior and CEO, Anointed Daughters of Prayer?
Well, Sarah and I, we mostly receive phone calls,
Mm-hmm.
even prayer requests. I mean,
Okay, yeah.
even before COVID,
Mm-hmm.
that's what we would do because she works. She has a daycare at home,
Okay.
and I retired, and I mostly be here to the house. But that's how we do it. We would, get prayer requests from family members, friends, and the community, and so
Mm-hmm.
that's how we work.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Mm.
great. Now you said you're retired. So what did you used to do?
I used to work at a dry cleaners. I learned how to
Wow.
press, and that was mostly my occupation was pressing. I
Okay.
didn't do any cleaning, but I
Right.
love pressing clothes.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. You know, my husband, when he was younger, his family had a dry cleaners, and his
Okay.
mom was the presser. She had her
Yeah.
own cleaner, and she did a lot of pressing. And my husband often tells the story of how people would bring their clothes from all over because
Yeah.
people just appreciate a real good hard press, you know?
That's right.
That's right.
I enjoyed doing that. I like to take the clothes that didn't look so good, but when I finished with them, they look very good.
That's right. That gave you a sense of pride. You knew you had
Yeah.
something good when they stepped out.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. So, how many children do you have?
I have 3 children.
Okay.
Barbara, my oldest, that's the girl,
Yeah.
and Thomas and Cleveland.
Okay.
Cleveland is my baby, and it's 19 years between Cleveland and my oldest son.
Oh my goodness. Kind of like you and your sister.
Yeah.
Y'all had a big gap. Yeah. Yeah. So is everybody in the area with you there? Everybody lives close to you?
No, Barbara lives in Macon. Thomas lives in Texas, and Cleveland is here in Cordell.
Okay. All right. So they're spread out just a little bit. And
Yeah.
it says here that you are a great great grandmother.
Yes, I am.
Wow. Wow. 1 great great or 2?
2 great. 3.
3. My goodness.
Yes.
Oh my god. So what do you like to do with your grandbabies? Let me see if you're anything like my mom.
I like to spoil them when I get a chance to.
I know. I know. Do you have a special meal that you cook for them?
Well, they like sloppy joes and
Oh
chips
boy.
and
Uh-huh.
corn on the cob. They like that.
I like that. Yeah, it's just something about grandmas, they just know how to get to the right things for those
Yeah.
babies, and those babies are looking for it. I know I did with my grandmother, and I know that my children to this day, I don't have any grandchildren yet, but my children to this day really do depend on my mother for certain meals that only mom can do. And I'm
Yeah.
sure grandma's sloppy joes are a lot different from mom and dad's sloppy joes. It just always works out that way. It just always works out that way. So tell me a little more about your book. What do you want your book to do for people when they pick it up and read it? What do you want them to think?
First of all, I want God to get the glory,
Yeah.
but I want the contents of the book
Mm-hmm.
to inspire someone to draw closer and to know that they can speak to God as they speak to a friend.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's the most important thing.
Yes. That's awesome. That's awesome. It's a source of inspiration. And I know it feels good that you are doing this. Is this something you've wanted to do for a long time?
Well, it wasn't to write a book. It was just put my conversations down, because sometimes, as you know, you want to pray, but sometimes the words didn't formulate. But I
Mm-hmm.
could go back to my tablet and, and be refreshed.
Yes, yes. And what does it feel like to be able to hold a book in your hand with your picture on it, filled with your heart and the things you poured out to God? What does it feel like to be able to hold that and to look at it? A sense of accomplishment.
It's very exciting. I never thought that I would accomplish anything to this degree.
Mm.
And I thank God for the encouragement of my daughter, because I didn't know anything about putting a book together, but God put the right people in her path, and from there, that's how it was accomplished.
Yes, and that's awesome. That's awesome. I'll share with you that my mother is an author too, like you.
Well,
She's 76.
okay.
And yes, she is a part of a book that I just published a few months ago. And I know how you feel because I see how she feels as well. Just the sense of accomplishment is huge. She
Yes,
became
it
an
is.
author a few years after my father passed away 4 years ago. And she just really wrote in what's been in her heart about the whole experience of living life without him and how God has just truly blessed her. She was with him for 54 years.
Oh my
So
goodness.
yeah,
Amazing.
I so appreciate the wisdom that our mothers bring to us, and I cannot thank you enough for wanting to leave this kind of legacy, because it's the kind of legacy that we need, not just
Yes.
as women, but for our children, for your grandchildren and their children. So they'll be able to look back and say, my grandma wrote this book of prayers and devotions, and it's something that they'll hold near and dear forever. And if ever they get to the point where they can't produce a prayer on their own, or they feel lost and really can't do it themselves, they can always go to your devotions and pull it up and be able to read one that grandma prayed and probably prayed for them.
Yes.
That's big.
That's very exciting to be able to do that. And excuse me, I often thank God that I'm able to read.
Yes.
That's a blessing to be able to read and write.
Yes, ma'am.
Because
Yes,
so many of our ancestors were not afforded that.
You're right. You are absolutely right. And I hear the stories that my mother tells me about her parents. And and you're right. You weren't always afforded that. So the fact that you could do something like this is even bigger.
Yeah.
It's even bigger. So what have you done since you published the book? Have you had any book launches? What have you done?
Well, I had a book signing in Macon at the King and Queen Studio.
Okay.
That was on the 19th of September.
That's great. And I know it was a beautiful time.
It was a red carpet event, and it was very exciting for me.
Yes, absolutely. I'm excited for you. And so do you have things planned? Are you going to be going out and having more book signings? I know it's a little hard, with COVID
Yes,
and everything.
It is, but Barbara is setting up a book signing for me here in Cordell very soon.
Good.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
Barbara, you'll have to tell us, or you can tell us now, what are the dates for her upcoming book signing?
Yes, her book signing will be October 22nd. It will be here in Cordell. And she's also going to be doing a television interview on October 15th here in Cordell to publicize and market the book signing. So I'm expecting a lot of her friends and supporters from this area. Since this is where she grew up, a lot of the people are aware, and we've already gotten the book out. We've gotten a lot of pre-orders for the book, and people are just so excited and supportive of what the Lord is doing in Mom's life. So I'm just grateful to be able to see, to witness. It's such an amazing time. Oh, and such a legacy of faith and perseverance, and I am just so excited about what God is doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. We definitely want to know where she's going to be next and when we can get a hold of that book. Definitely. Because I want my copy. I want my signed copy, Mom.
All right. You will get it.
Okay. So Mom, tell me a little bit. So what are your friends saying? What are your friends saying about their friend that wrote this book?
They seem excited. My prayer partner, she's very excited. She's telling everybody that she come in contact with. Sister Vivian has wrote a book.
I love it. She's proud of you too. She is proud of you too. That's awesome. So I know that this has been a dream of yours, and you already said it was something that you just really never imagined even doing. What can you tell some of us younger women out here about following your dreams? What's important?
Never give up.
That's right.
Be persistent.
Mm-hmm.
Persistent always work. I mean, even when you don't feel like doing it, that's the time you should do it even harder.
Yes. You just keep pushing.
Keep pushing. As the acronym for push is pray until something happens.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So we need to use that acronym and need to do that because like you said, persistence pays off.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. So you've written a book, you meet with your prayer partner. Are there any other dreams you have right now that you want to see come to fruition?
Yes, I want to get my GED.
All right. Oh, that's beautiful.
Yes, that's beautiful. That's another accomplishment I want.
Yes,
is to get the GED.
And you know, oh my goodness. I know you know it's gonna happen because you're gonna keep pushing.
I am.
Sure, it's going to happen. And that will be one more piece of your legacy. The example that you're setting for people, because I know you're not the only one who doesn't have their high school diploma, and it's people of all ages who don't have their GED. But if they see you go and do that, the inspiration that you will be to so many people. We even have young people now who are coming up who have the advantages that you didn't have growing up. And they're still skipping out on their education. That's hard to believe, but it's true. But seeing you and knowing that you are taking a step like that is definitely going to be inspiration for so many people. And I tell you what, once you do that, I know you'll have more stories to tell us.
I will. I will.
I know that you will. Absolutely. So, is there any other wisdom you want to share with us? Just wisdom overall. I mean, I know God is ahead of your life and you have put him before any and everything else. And that's what we were taught to. And I just want to know, is there anything else that you want to share with just women, period?
There are things that sometimes seems to stand up before us. But if we just keep the faith, be encouraged, you know, sometimes doubt get in your head, but you have to push it out.
Yes.
And as the scripture says, let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. That's what we have to bank on. God is our help.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, he is. Absolutely. I'm telling you right now, Mother, the wisdom that you have at your age is what more and more people need. And that's a huge reason why I wanted you to come on the show, not just because you were going after your dream, but because we just in no way can discount the wisdom that our elders bring. We just in no way can discount that. And I am so grateful for the wisdom that you have been sharing with us here today. So we've talked about your book and we've talked about what you used to do. We're going to start to wrap things up here just a bit. Is there anything else you want to share with us before you leave today?
Well, it's a pleasure to talk with you today and to speak about keeping the faith. I want people to be inspired because it's so easy to get discouraged. And it's good just to write a few words down on a piece of paper that you can look at. It really helps. It really helps.
Yes, absolutely. I love that. I love that. So I want to know again, and Barbara, if you want to help her with this, you can, Dr. Barbara, if you want to help her, most definitely, please do. We want to be sure that we know where we can get this book, how we can get it, and get it signed and get it to us.
Amen. Amen. Well, you can always get the book. You can text or you can call to this number. Let me give you the number. It is 478-733-1415. That's 478-733-1415. Also, we have a Facebook page set up. It's called God is Our Help. God is Our Help at Barbara Bivens. And so I'm excited about that as well. And we will be glad to get a book for you, a signed autographed copy of the book. We sold out from the first order that we made, and we've ordered more. They will be arriving soon. Thank you so much for putting that there. That is God is Our Help, the Facebook page. Amen. And our number is 478-733-1415. Look forward to receiving your orders. Thank you so much for the encouragement.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you, Mother. I love you. Thank you so much for sharing your story. You are encouraging. You know, I know you're encouraging to others, but I have to say you're encouraging to me, and just your pleasant demeanor and that beautiful smile. You're going to win anybody over.
Well, it was a pleasure to be interviewed by you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. So I'm going to keep you up here for just a second. Don't go away. And I'm going to go ahead. That is it for us today on Reinvent and Rise. You've been listening to Sister Barbara Joanne Bivens, who I am affectionately calling Mother Bivens. Get her book. The information is here. Go follow her on Facebook. God is Our Help. She is a living witness, women, that you are never too young or too old to go after your dreams. Be encouraged. Keep the faith strong and know that you can do anything that you set your heart at. All right? Have a great one.
What I'm Kim Jacobs, host of the Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on the Kim Jacobs Show. Welcome to the Kim Jacobs Show. How are you, Anita Brown?
Oh, I am amazing. I'm doing amazing. And thank you, Miss Kim Jacobs, for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here today. And guess what? I think that our prayers backstage work because you crystal clear over there. You looking good. Yes. Looking good. Listen, I am so glad to have all of you here today on the Kim Jacobs Show. And today we're talking with Anita Brown. Her story is nothing short of amazing. We're talking about a woman that has gone from like size 26 to size 12 and now going towards a size 10. This woman has a story to tell. And just in a snippet, Anita, let everybody know what they can expect to hear during this hour. Mackenzie, you popped on the screen, so I'm going to put you backstage. Go ahead. Tell everybody what they can expect to hear.
Just expect to know that your life is about to be transformed, because you too can go from a size 26 to a size 12. It's all about transformation, mind, body, soul, and your spirit.
Look at God. Look at God. This woman is going to share with us her journey. She's a mom, and she's going to be talking to us about how to raise as a single mom, how to raise African-American sons. It's a lot that's going to happen throughout this hour. And yesterday, I recently had a guest on that talked about how she had found out that she had lupus. Well, guess what? I didn't even know that there was a correlation here, but this young lady also was diagnosed with lupus many years ago. So you're going to hear that piece of her story as well. So I am so honored to have with us today, Anita Brown. And just to formally introduce her, she's 32-year registered nurse, entrepreneur, lupus thriver, as a single mom with a size 26 to size 12 transformational story to empower, educate, inspire, and create impact for women around the world. Welcome, Anita Brown.
Thank you so very much. It's truly an honor to be here. And that's what we're going to do today. We're going to have an impactful conversation.
Yes, yes. All right. So everybody grab your virtual seats. Make sure you share this broadcast and invite people in so that we can. I see you, Vanita, and glad to have you on today. Make sure you all share the broadcast and let people know that we are going to have a great conversation. Where do we want to start? Because it's so many different moving pieces to your puzzle. And you all that are watching the show, you know, it's all about how people balance their lives, what they've had to overcome to become who they are even today through life's circumstances, life's obstacles and issues and roadblocks. And yet you're here today, Anita, to share your story.
Absolutely. I'm here still standing. And it is, it's only by God's divine order that on yesterday, the young lady was there who had lupus. I was diagnosed with systemic lupus. So this is where that size 26 came from. So we can intertwine it. Right. That size 26 came from at one point in time back in 1989. So you're talking almost 33 years ago. I was
1989.
Yes, I was a senior. I was going into my senior year in college of nursing school, where I got my bachelor's of science in nursing. And I just started having these, here I am, 20 years old, just feeling like I'm 80, just, started getting the rash, the little butterfly rash, and just achy joints, just not knowing, feeling tired. And I'm like, I love to dance and have a good time. Why am I feeling tired? Well, long story short, just went to the doctor and it says, listen, enough is enough. And I was diagnosed with systemic lupus erythematosus, which is the roughest because I was attacked. It attacked my kidneys, my heart, and my lungs. It was a double punch. It was a triple threat. Yes, ma'am. So it wasn't no joke, but I was determined because I have a heart of compassion and I wanted to be a nurse. So that lets you know I served as a registered nurse my entire career, quote unquote, with this diagnosis.
With lupus.
Because I don't
that speaks volumes.
It's not my lupus. I don't claim it.
Right.
I just really I see now that God, he allowed it, he used it, and it just gave me my determination. But unfortunately, with that, prednisone, this is a wonderful drug to help you to move. But I went up to a size, and I'm condensing a whole lot, almost 300 pounds.
Get out of here.
Yeah. And
so no matter how helpful the drug is, if it's going to make you gain that much weight, it's like, okay, this is a whole lot.
And then over time, being on it every day, and over time, it eventually eroded my right hip. I actually had a total right hip replacement. I'll never forget, it was the year Obama was elected. So you're talking 12 years. So I have a total right hip replacement. I've gone through multiple challenges, but I tell you, I'm still standing, I'm still here. And I've just learned, it wasn't just until recently, when I say recently, about maybe 5 years ago, where I just said, listen, at one time being on 18 different medications for lupus, I am happy to report right now, I just take one, and that's soon going to be gone because.
Get out of here. That's huge. That is huge.
But it's huge because it started with a decision. I had to make up in my mind, it's got to be a better way. So I do have I call it the 5-star health strategy, and we can talk about that as well.
Oh yeah, we're definitely going to talk about that. So 5-star, let me make notes so we do not, 5-star health strategy as a result of you experiencing lupus and being diagnosed in 1989, you ended up gaining a whole lot of weight to the point where you were over 300 pounds and you had to kind of take control of your own life. And so transformation had to become something that you embrace personally. And lupus, when I was looking up, I looked up some of the statistics, and Cassandra, one of our team members, Cassandra Davis, thank you so much for sharing these statistics from the Lupus Foundation, says that it's an estimated 1.5 million Americans and at least 5 million people worldwide that actually have some form of lupus. And it mainly strikes women in their childbearing age. However, some men, children, and teenagers do actually get it. But 90% of the people that live with lupus are women. And they're usually between the ages of 15 to 44. And how old were you when you were diagnosed?
I was 20. I was
20 years old. So you fell right within that range. Never even knew that you were walking around with this disease. Didn't know that it even existed in your life. Didn't have a family history of it or anything.
No, to be honest, no, I didn't have a family history at the time. We didn't know anything about it. And guess what? I did all this while being a single mom.
Get out of here. Okay, wow. So you had to really pull resources to help you raise your child, given that you were having this situation now that came upon you, circumstances that were unbeknownst to you. Right. So you said you have, what was it called? Systemic?
Systemic. Yeah.
So systemic, there are 4 different types of lupus, everyone. One is systemic, which accounts for approximately 70% of all of the cases, and that impacts such as the heart, lungs, kidneys, or brain will be affected if you have that particular type. And then there's cutaneous, drug-induced, and neonatal lupus. So 4 different types of lupus. And everything that we're getting here from this statistics is from the lupus.org, from the Lupus Foundation. And so we'll put that in the comments section for you as well. I know I've been very well educated now after hearing my guest that was just recently on. She started a sorority called the Lupus is Gamma Pi Rho Lupus Sorority Incorporated. I hope I'm saying it right. So I'm going to connect you with them. You're not a part of that sorority?
No, I am not. No, I am not.
Oh my God.
No, to be honest with you, I never heard of it until yesterday, because I was on the show and I did watch it. I supported my sister that I didn't even know. So yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so you all definitely, I'm going to connect you, and I wish I got to figure out doing a commercial break or something how to even tag her, because that would be amazing for you all to connect so that y'all can hear each other's stories. But anyway, everybody, y'all are in for a treat here on the Kim Jacobs Show. Thank you for your transparency already, Anita. And I want to talk a lot more after this commercial break about how you kind of had to pull some people into your world, where normally people are like, stay back, I got this. You had to do something different because you had lupus. So when we come back after this commercial break, I would love to hear more of your story. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll be right back, everybody. Stay tuned.
Wow. I'm attorney Charles Everidge. I started out representing insurance companies until my father was seriously injured at work. 4 of his fingers were amputated. Our family went through a lot, so I know what you're going through as an injured worker. If you've been hurt on the job, call me now. I'll fight to get the workers' comp benefits you may deserve. I'll fight for you like family. Put my experience to work for you. Call 704-457-5000, the first call for injured workers.
All right, everyone, we're back and we're talking with nurse Anita Brown, and she's doing absolutely an incredible job of just sharing her transparency of how she's transformed from wearing a size 26 to wearing a size 12 and actually going towards a 10 and all of that. So, but let's talk right now for a moment. You were raising your child after being diagnosed in 1989 with lupus, and then you have a child as a single mother.
Yeah.
So now what? Who's going to help you through this journey called life? Talk to us.
Absolutely. Well, as you well know, it takes a village to raise a child. And I pulled in my mom, my dad, and it's amazing because my very friends and family, friends who knew about it, they were my village. I had, and I'm gonna give a shout out to, and her name is Kim too. I'll tell you, y'all some wonderful Kims. But I tell you, I have a sister named Kim and her husband, Roy. They were married and they had children. And I wanted my son to be around them so they'll see what it looks like for a mother and how a family unit. I had his barber, shout out to Reverend Greg.
Go ahead, Reverend Gray and Kim and all those in her network.
I'm telling you, and then of course, at that time, I belonged to New Birth with Bishop Eddie Long, the late Bishop Eddie Long. But I'm telling you that my New Birth, my church family, shout
out New Birth.
Shout out. And it really did impact, and just being intentional. And on top of that, going through all that, listen, I had time to be in a relationship. So I focused my attention on raising my son. So didn't want him to be with the drama in and out. I wasn't having that.
So you had people that undergirded you and your son, and you were able to help raise him in a way that the lupus diagnosis did not impact the quality of his life.
Exactly. And he actually ended up being, at times, he was my primary caregiver as he got older. And so it's the stress, but guess what? On top of that, we stayed focused with him. He ended up being class salutatorian. He's a Georgia Tech graduate, and I am so proud. He's now a husband and a father. So I'm a nana now.
Wait, tell me, is this your son right here?
Yes, that is my son, Anthony. That's my daughter in love, Alexis. That's my first grandson, Aiden, and that's the second one, Ashton. I tell you, this is my heart right here. He is my number one cheerleader. He's my champ. I'm telling you.
Awesome. So now tell me one more time. I was like saying, oh, right over when you were saying his wife's name. So tell me again the name.
her and that Alexis, and that I call her my daughter in love. Ain't no law here, in love. I love her because she's blessed me to, be this Nana. So I am.
Oh, my cheeks are burning because first of all, the lupus diagnosis, even though you didn't know you had it, you clearly had it, didn't prevent you from being able to have this beautiful son, and God allowed him to be able to become the husband of Alexis and these beautiful children. And so I have a picture here of you.
Yeah. So you see, that's my son. So again, you see those fat cheeks. Yeah, I was about 270 at that point. Yeah,
you look good no matter what size you are, just so you know. You look gorgeous right there. And
thank you. As you see, I love big glasses, so that didn't change.
That's funny. And the thing is, guess what? I don't even need glasses. So if you all see me out in the public anywhere, I never have on glasses because I don't need glasses, right?
Oh, man.
But the thing is, when I'm on this computer and this platform and I'm hosting the show, I have to officially be able to read your comments because I'm like, hey, audience participation, share your thoughts. I'm like, I can put my glasses on so I can see what in the world y'all talking about. So I said, well, they at least got to be some cute ones, right?
That's right. They got to be cute. That's right. That's right.
Oh, man. Okay. And I see here some other pictures I have backstage. Tell us who this is.
Yeah. Now, this is 5 generations here. Now, again, so I'm showing you my transformation. That was actually in 2020. So just over 2 years ago. So you see, weight loss and obesity is a struggle. That's me there in the black, my son, Anthony. And that is my grandmother. Shout out. I am honoring my family today. And that is my mom on the end there. And that little guy, that's Aiden.
Good looking family. Good looking family. Listen, all of y'all out here that are a part of Anita Brown's family, make sure y'all share the broadcast and tag your family and friends. Say, hey, y'all, Ray and all the boys in front of 7-Eleven, come on, Anita's on the show. Y'all make sure y'all get people in here to tune in and learn more about Anita Brown and her journey as she has transformed her life. And I see here another picture of you.
Yeah. And I got my dad there, and I want to share something with it. And this is something that I hadn't shared with anybody as part of my story. That last picture is my dad.
I'm gonna pull it up now. I had it hidden because I was gonna save it for last. I
was
last at the end of the show or last now. Last right now. Here we go.
Okay, shout out to my dad, Art Brown. I'm gonna share something with you that I hadn't shared with anybody because he just told me. This year, my dad shared something with me that I never knew, and I need for people to hear this. Back in 1989, when I was diagnosed, my dad said, Dr. Alan Gottlieb here in Atlanta, Georgia, Emory Hospital, Crawford Long at the time, called him into his office and told him, Mr. Brown, there's a few things I'd like to tell you about your daughter being diagnosed with systemic lupus. One is that she will never have children. And 2, she will not live past 40 years old.
My God.
Yeah, I'm gonna just let that sink for a moment. Because one thing I am determined, and I thank God my father never told me that. Because words are powerful. He told the doctor, he said, you ain't God. You can't determine, my daughter gonna have children and she gonna live long. So ladies and gentlemen, I just say to you, especially parents, it's so important the words that you speak. It's even in Proverbs, death and life is in the power of your tongue. So you have what you say. I am so glad my father never shared that with me. But guess what? Now it's a part of my testimony. And guess what? This past September 1st, a woman never really tells her age, but this is to God's glory. On this September 1st, I turned 54 years young. So you speak life. Speak life, live life. So
that is awesome.
Just to the glory of God. This is
God be the glory.
God be the glory. So
for the great things he has done. Anita Brown sitting here, 54 years old, young, 54 years young, and defying the odds of not being able to live past a certain number of years and not being able to have children since she so-called, had lupus. Clearly, she does have a child, and she's able to have 5 generations because of that child and so many other blessings. But thank God for this man, her daddy, who did not reveal to her what the doctors at that time shared or diagnosed or prognosed or whatever you want to call it in her life. Now, keep in mind, physicians, I believe, are a gift from God as well. And so by no means are we saying, oh, if they're a physician and they're not being shared by God. I believe all of us have gifts and we have talents that God has blessed us with that he wants us to use to salt this earth. Okay. So that's their gift to society, to use the trainings that they have. So I am grateful though, when we have a daddy like this one that says, you know what, get thee behind me. I ain't saying that to my baby girl, because we're not going to proclaim any kind of doom or gloom over her life or her destiny. So Anita, what was that moment? And we're going to hear this after the commercial break, so I can give you some time to think about this. When was the moment that was the true defining moment that enough is enough? I have to take control and start steering my own destiny with my weight loss journey. So we're going to come right back after this commercial break, and we're going to hear that answer. And I see all of your comments too. Before you go to commercial break, Mackenzie, let me just pop some of these, or can you pop some of the comments up? Mackenzie's multitasking today backstage. She's like a working woman, so she has a lot of different hats she's wearing, but I'm very grateful that you're still here working with us. Benita says, good morning, Kim and Anita. Hey, Benita. Okay, who else? Pachina said, amen to this story. Yes. What an amazing story, Benita says. Glad to have you all in your comments popping in. Good show. All right. Thank you. Somebody else had a comment. Much love. I see you, Dennis. Glad to have you. And he hashtagged something. Okay, go ahead. I would like to get that information. You're going to get a lot of information here today for sure. Who else? This is awesome. Sabrina says, thank you so much for inviting me. Miss Anita, thank you. Absolutely. And make sure, Sabrina, you probably run in similar circles. So make sure you tag some of your friends and then share the broadcast with your followers, so they can also be a part of today's discussion. All right. So I see all of your comments and so glad. Yes, look at God. God is so good. And today we're talking with Anita Brown, nurse Anita Brown, who has done nothing short of miraculous in defying the odds, being able to have a child when she was diagnosed with lupus. And she wasn't told, but her dad was told that she was not going to be able to have a child. But yes, she has one. And not only a child, she's a nana, and she lived beyond the years that she was expected to live, which was supposed to be at the age of 40 based on the diagnosis. And she's going to tell us when that changing, defining moment was for her when we return right after this commercial break. We'll be right back. I love it, Anita.
When someone has lost a loved one, they want to know what exactly happened. They want to know, is the other person going to be held responsible? And they want closure. At Hunter & Everett, we help clients that have lost a loved one move on, and to do that with dignity and respect that they deserve.
All right, everyone, we are back and we are talking with Anita Brown. Tell us when that defining moment was for you, when things changed. You said enough.
Yeah. When I said enough was really almost 20 years ago, when I started getting into network marketing as far as health and wellness. So I started seeking, and again, I am a registered professional nurse for over 33 years, and I do know the importance of medications, and the medical industry is great. But again, I will say that there are alternatives, because God created our bodies to heal itself. So I started delving into different type of alternative solutions where I can help to give my body the right nourishments. And it was like, listen, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. When you get to that moment and get to that point in life, things happen, but it starts with a decision. Because I tell you, when you have lupus and issues like that, depression, I mean, you are fighting really autoimmune disease is your body fighting itself.
That's
It's
right.
not enough we got things in the world that we're fighting against, but my battle every day was with me. With me, and then gonna attempt raising a son, an African American son, with all the different disparities that are out there. I won't go into that, but it was just that moment in time that I said, listen, enough is enough. I'm tired of being broke, because when you're sick, you lose time at work. You know, thank God I even applied for disability. They kept saying I wasn't sick enough.
They're like, no, you good.
When they turned me down, said, oh no, you can work. And I knew I was barely walking. I said, oh no, enough is enough. I'm not relying on the government to, no. God, you are my source. What do we do? And that's where it starts, where your source is. And
that's good. Very, very good. So just coming to the realization that you were going to be kind of like the designated driver behind the wheel, and you had to make some drastic life changes in order for it to really happen for you.
Absolutely.
So, okay, I'm loving this. So can you give us some of the tips on, you say you have a 5-star health strategy. So talk to us about what that strategy consists of. And I see you, Anita Walker. Glad to have you on today in the studio audience. And I see you, a fellow lupus sister, Fashina said. So you're another fellow lupus sister here. You all should all be a part of that sorority, Gamma Pi Rho Lupus Sorority Incorporated. Tell them that Kim Jacobs sent you over there and that you watched them on the show, please.
Absolutely. The very first thing is intermittent fasting. Intermittent fasting. So, God, ladies and gentlemen, it's not really what you eat and what you put in your mouth. It is important, but it's also the times that you do and the times that you abstain. So, for example, my first meal would be between 11 and 1. My last meal would be between 5 and 7. So I did like 16 hours fasting, 8 hours eating. So in other words, give the body time for rest, restoration, repair, recovery. And this really, the benefit is going to increase your metabolism. It's just going to make your immune system much more stronger. The second one is alternative supplements, as we talked about different things like ginger, blessed thistle, calamine, turmeric.
You say, I want to make sure I put intermittent fasting as number one.
Fasting.
And I want to
intermittent fasting. I'll just system intermittent fasting, alternative supplements like organic. The third is movement. Be intentional. Our bodies were created to move, exercise, dance.
Oh, I didn't get what number 2 was, because I want to put it again.
Alternative supplements. So you
okay. Alternative supplements. Okay.
Number 3 is movement. Number 4 is hydration. And number 5, which really is the first, I entitled it prayer / meditation / affirmation.
Okay. Number 4 is hydration.
Hydration. Our bodies need water. And
yes.
It's very important what the quality of water. We won't go into detail, but unless you have any health challenges, you should actually be drinking 1/2 your body weight in ounces.
I got a lot of water to drink. Let me start.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. And then, I tell people, get your water bottle and put your name on it. So
I love that.
Put your name on it. Yeah,
that's so cute.
I'm just
nobody put their name that cute. How you have it?
This was a gift. Shout out. See, one thing about it. Anybody who's a part of my village and they do things, shout out to this was a wedding favor that I got.
That is beautiful. That is really nice.
Yeah. So I tell you, one other thing is movement. We're talking about exercise. It's not just exercise. Now, be intentional. So my goal is to 10,000 steps a day. Fitbit, that's your tool. You need a Fitbit. All right, I'm not getting any endorsement. There you go. And track
I can tell you how many steps I already walked. I got a lot more to walk, but I'm doing good.
Yeah, me too. It's early. Got a lot to do. So be intentional. Not only that, if you love to dance, dance. If you love to.
You would love Anita Walker then, because she dances on her Facebook channel all the time. She just cuts it on. And she did this one right here. She said all of this is true. She's right on target. But she gets in the kitchen and she's in her sweatsuit and she's dancing. She's just like got them hips moving. I'm like, go
You got me going. And not only that, ladies and gentlemen, your chores. So when you're doing vacuuming, just extend it a little more, stretch, get that body moving, because when you get that body moving, you get the blood pumping. And I tell you, it does the body good. Prayer, meditation, definitely start out the day. I call it where it says pray without ceasing. So I begin my day with prayer. During the day, I'm praying. At the night, I'm praying. At night, I'm praying as well. So
that's so good.
That's it.
Well, I'm going to put these back up again. Number 1 is intermittent fasting. Number 2, alternative supplements. Number 3, movement. Get that body moving. Number 4, hydration. And if she really force ranked it, prayer, which is the beginning of all of the things that she does in the beginning of the day. These are all tips. I hope you all have gotten these tips that you can apply to your 5-star health strategy. Make sure you do this. I also want to share a tip with you that I actually put on my YouTube channel in case you haven't looked at it. It's literally one tip. I'm going to just put some tips out there as the balance doctor. So one of the tips that I want to share with you is that we all have the same 24 hours in a day. All of us, right? So I put this on the video saying, how is it? I'm actually in the same outfit because I did it this morning. But I'm like, how in the world can some people get so much done while other people seem to struggle and we just don't get it all done, right? It's because people are intentional and putting a list, a force ranked list. And the reason I'm saying it is because of all of the tips that you're having right here. These are must do's that are on Anita Brown's list. Every day you need to have your must do things that have to get accomplished. In order for those things to get accomplished, you're going to have to force rank them and then say, okay, when am I most energetic? When can I really get this stuff done? Because I can't get something done too late at night because I have to wake up at 5 something in the morning. So that's not my best working hours. It's late at night. It's not my best working hours first thing in the morning because I do not look like this. I'm trying my best to hurry up and throw something on. I got my blouse all disheveled. I'm trying to get the child to the school. So you have to know when is your best peak time to get something accomplished in your day. Then some things are still not going to get accomplished. So you're going to have to push them over to the next day. And even the next day may not be as much of a priority on that day. So some things just get pushed down, right, Anita? They just get pushed down. So I was saying all of that to say that I have all of these tips that are listed in this book, Extreme Balance Makeover. And I want you all, if you don't have a copy of it already, go get your copy right on KimJacobsShow.com. Order your copy, or you can get it on Amazon as well. But it's all of the tips that I was doing as when I was the NBC expert on NBC. I was the balance doctor there. And these tips are different segments that I did when I was being a guest on their show weekly. And so make sure you get these tips. There's some really good stuff in here that can help you as you're balancing different aspects of your life. So anyway, I wanted y'all to know that because I think that is important to share, that we have to be able to must do, prioritize, and then say, what can I really do? What can I not do? And I'm not going to get it all done. So just make it work with what needs to be done and let that be your area of focus. And that 24 hours will work much better for you.
Wow.
All right. So Anita, tell us, what other tips do you have for us? Because we talked about some lupus. We talked about you going from 26 to 12. We didn't talk enough about that yet. How did that happen? You said network marketing, but what does that, I don't get with that.
Well, what I did, I found companies that had different products that can assist me into moving better. Like when I was sharing those different ginger and turmeric. So these, there's one particular company that right now I was just sharing. It's called, they kind of got like a 15-day challenge. So you do detox tea, where you're flushing your system, NRG, where you give yourself more energy, and liquid nutrition, some vitamins. So you take your daily vitamins. And I love it because as they have it, like in a lot of times people look at life and they say, oh, this big weight loss goal. No, break it down in chunks. Do it as a 15-day challenge, which I love. We have a 15 day. So in other words, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time.
That's right.
So do it in a 15 days. So when you do that and you just keep doing it and you just keep doing it. So what you do is whatever you've done the first 15 days, be successful. Now repeat it. Repeat it. So it's more effective. And I love coaching people as well. So I do that as well
I have that here. I have your coaching session.
Yeah. So definitely, I be with people one-on-one. We can do Zoom. The great opportunity about these companies that I'm connected with, they're global. So you can be anywhere in the world and participate. But right now I got a special going on that normally is $149, but for the Kim Jacobs show,
come on, y'all getting a special rate.
$97.
Anita Brown on here. Okay.
$97. So again, you meet me one-on-one and we talk about it. We dialogue, because guess what? Everybody is original. Everybody, you have to figure out what works best for you. Just like Ms. Jakes was saying, these are must-dos. These are things, and you have to have balance. You can't be out of order, because disease, meaning dis-ease. Your body is it's not at ease. So let's get your body back into ease. But more importantly, I like to say, get your body back into balance. Rebalance. So when things happen in your body, you get in pain, more than likely it's inflammation. That's what the disease process, the foundation really for a lot of diseases is inflammation. Your body, you got too much, and inflammation causes pain.
Wow.
So
I love this.
It's so much.
But it is a lot. But if you go ahead and make sure that you book your one-on-one coaching session with Nurse Anita Brown, she can talk to you about her own journey, as she's sharing here on the show today, being diagnosed with lupus over like 30 years ago, and then being told a lot of different things. But she took her own health in her own hands, went from the size of a 26 down to now 12. And she's doing a 60-minute one-on-one coaching session that will help you focus on your goals and the steps necessary to renew your determination and desires. And today her special is only $97. So I want to make sure that you take advantage of that. The information is there in the bit.ly link. And then I also see some fee enrollment is free, Life Changers thing. I want to make sure you talk about that too.
Man, I tell you, these amazing products right now,
hold it up more. We can't see it.
Oh, I'm sorry. These amazing the detox. This is the NutriBurst for your vitamins. A lot more energy.
And this is stuff, just so I get clarity, outside of you just promoting those things. These are things that you use yourself. Is that what's happening?
Yes. This is what I use personally to, this is just a part of it. I'm not sharing everything, but right now, these are part of the journey, because it's more than one. You just got to, just like how the enemy comes at you from the north, south, east, and west, you have to attack these things in your body, in your health. And just the company, this particular company I'm partnered with, just so happen to be doing an awesome promotion for the month of October, where if you buy a product, it's 50% off. If you want to, where we say your health is your wealth, and you want to increase your income working from home, you can join right now, and they'll waive that. And guess what? Who loves getting paid daily? They actually, you sell a product today, sell a thing today, by 12 noon, it's in your account the same day. So I'm about solutions.
When people talk with you, Anita, they will be able to learn more about these network marketing opportunities that afford you some financial opportunities. But at the same time, you've also been able to witness in your own life the weight loss in your own body, which has then allowed you to be this spokesperson for some of these different products. Is that correct?
Yeah, and absolutely, that is correct. And again, it's all about you're getting yourself a strategy to make you better, to make you be the best you that's on the inside. Because again, it's not the products. It really starts with you. It starts with you. It starts with you. So I don't want to get it twisted, but at the same time, we got to live. Bills come. So let's take the stress off. So when you take the stress off, because a lot of times is financial stress, it causes that. So if we can do something that can be a double hit,
that's right.
Take care of your health and your wealth. Hello, somebody.
So in your health, a lot of times people say is your wealth. And in your case, you've literally combined the two to make income and to be able to have the outcome that you're having on your physical exterior. I love it. And also tell people how they can stay connected with you on your Facebook page. And I know I have another page for you as well.
Yes. So Facebook.com, Anita Biz, that is my primary Facebook page. And the reason why I send people there is because encouragement is so important, that you stay around and hear, listening positive affirmations. So you can go to my page and be inspired and encouraged. Then my business one is Solutions by Anita. And again, the same way, just sharing tips, information, because it's so important that you eliminate the negativity and focus on positive. It's so important who you surround yourself with, positive people.
And you know what, I normally don't do this, but I'm going to on this episode because your stories are so similar, you and Autumn from yesterday. So I want you all to also know how to stay connected with Autumn Austin from yesterday's episode, Colors of Lupus, Nevada. But they have a sorority that's literally called Gamma Pi Rho. And her email, I want you to have this, Anita. That's why I'm putting this here. And I think it was Fucina or someone else in the audience. Make sure you all screenshot this so you can stay connected and join that sorority. Please come back and tell me if y'all did end up joining the sorority that's specifically for lupus. I think that is just a great sisterhood. I don't have lupus, but knowing that there is a sisterhood out there for this disease is amazing to me. And they seem like they're so closely knit. So please, y'all coordinate your efforts.
Absolutely.
This is even better when the Kim Jacobs Show can connect one show guest with another show guest.
That's
and
right.
have a love connection. So,
absolutely.
All right. Also, y'all want to make sure you all know that we are now streaming on CTR MEDIA Network.com, and you can check us out. We actually were one of the top 10 podcast hosts last month. And so I want to make sure I put that up and also acknowledge CTR Media Network. They have a brief clip to let you know more about their network. If you're ever interested in having your shows streamed there, here's how you can go about doing that, and let them know the Kim Jacobs Show referred you. Let's take this break.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
All right, everyone, and we are back. We're talking with the nurse, Anita Brown. She has already taken us on a roller coaster ride today to show us that you can defy the odds when you've been diagnosed with something by medical physicians, but she's been able to literally kick that theory in the head, if that makes sense. And you also raised a son as a single mother, and I just wanted to get advice from you for other women out here raising sons, whether they're African American or not, but specifically because you are African American. How do you raise an African American son to be successful, from your own words?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much. The very first thing is, an idle mind is the devil's playground. I kept my son busy. Growing up, I made sure he actually became a part of symphonic band. So with that taught him teamwork. It taught him leadership. It taught him being focused. I had him to learn how to play chess. Chess is not like checkers. Chess is methodical. It's critical thinking. You got to know 2-3 steps ahead of time.
That's good.
Taught my son, or I didn't teach him, but I connected him how to play golf. Because guess what, ladies and gentlemen, great deals are made on the golf course. So you have to be intentional. And then guess what? When it was time as a single mom, I'm working in the summer, I had him being a part of enrichment. So I made sure he went to summer camps. He was going to the summer camps. He gonna laugh. You gonna laugh. He was going to the summer camps from like middle school to high school, right? I said, oh, we're gonna be busy. It got to the point where by his last 2 years of summer camp, he became the teacher. So they ended up, I'm paying for a summer camp. He ended up becoming a teacher, a student teacher. And again, all of these were very methodical and strategic and intentional. It taught him he could earn money. It taught him, so again, these life lessons, and it's so important. It's not what you say, it's what you're doing. Your kids are watching. You can say, hey, do this, do that. But if your actions, if mom and dad's actions are doing different, they're going to more than likely follow what you do.
That's the bottom line.
But most importantly, get them grounded, connected in Christ, in your faith, because that is the foundation and that is what's going to take them. It says when they're old, yes.
I have to take this call because it's my children's doctor's office.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
I want you to keep talking. Can you please hold 1 second? Because I can't let this call go to voicemail. Okay. I'm actually a show host. And this is a good teaching moment because I'm a talk show host. I'm talking to you, pediatric.
This is amazing because you know what?
I'm the balance doctor and I'm on
makes
show.
The dream work. And when we do things and we're in collaboration together, that's exactly what we do. We jump in and we say, all right, tag, you're it. So I'm going to continue saying and sharing. It's important what you speak to your children. There's death and life is in the power of the tongue. Be intentional. One thing, I was a single mom. His father wasn't actively involved in his life, but what I used to say to him was, your dad loves you, but he just can't take care of you at this time. It's important what you tell your children. Don't talk negative about your child's dad to your child. Let them, that's what I did with my son. I let him, when he got older, to make that decision. And he found out some different things that were negative, opposite of what I said. But I told my child what he needed to hear. What would that do if I say bad things? It wouldn't be positive for him. So again, it's important what you say to your children, the words that you say, the actions, again, just try your best to shield them and safeguard them. And first of all, know who their friends are. He didn't stay the night a lot of time over a friend's house, or if he did, I knew the parents, I knew what they were doing, and I just knew where he was at all times. It was very important that you stay connected and don't let social media, don't let the internet raise your child. So be intentional. It's very, very important to be intentional. Another thing I definitely am a proponent for is education. So you want to expose them to different enrichment programs. I had my son in a program that was called Guaranteed 4.0. And I believe it's still in existence, but it was a very strategic program that really lets a child know that they can be the best that they can be. So again, these are so important things, of course, just it's all about a village. You can't do it by yourself.
I love it. I am. You know what? I guess I'm glad it worked out that way, that the call came in from the doctor's office at the time you were talking about your son, because guess what? Can't we talk about our children all day long?
I know sure can. I was like, okay, this is a good one. I got it.
Let me talk about this for the rest of the show. Thank you so much. But again, as I tell you all to balance life, is times that I'm personally balancing life too. And
Yes.
it's intentional that if I've already, like in this case, I called the doctor's office at 7 something this morning. I'm
Yes.
getting the call back now. There's no way that I'm going to let that call go to voicemail. I will end the whole broadcast before I let that call go to voicemail.
Well, we got you. We got you.
So you know how it works, right?
Yeah.
But I am so, and that's the way that I balance my life, is I keep some things on that I just don't disconnect from intentionally because it pertains
Yes.
to my children's health. And then there are some times that I do disconnect fully and say, you know what, I'm here in this moment at this time, and it's very intentional when I'm doing that too. But sometimes it's a variety of things popping off that's the same at the same time. So you got to just be creative and still make it
Yes.
work, especially when you have Anita Brown, nurse Anita Brown, as a guest on your show that day. It works out perfectly. Mother Harper, I see you. Mother Julia Harper. Speaking of age and knowing that this woman is in her 80s, she is a heart transplant recipient, got a heart that's been beating in her chest for over 20 years. And it's a young man that she's an African-American woman, but the young man was a Caucasian 16-year-old boy. And every year her and the mother get together just so that the mom can hear her son's heart in Mother Julia Harper's chest. Woo! Isn't that a story?
That is a story.
And they meet every year faithfully. So Mother Harper, anytime I see you appear here on the Kim Jacobs Show and type a comment, it just does my heart so glad. And I can't wait to have you be a guest on the Kim Jacobs Show. So she says, great show. I have a relative who recently has been diagnosed with lupus. Thanks for the great information. Any tips that you would share with people? Also, Dr. I said Dr. Brown because you like teaching us some stuff doctors would teach us. Nurse Brown, that would help us be able to help people that are being diagnosed with lupus.
Yeah.
What can you tell us to help other people that we can really help them?
Definitely. What I will definitely say is, you know, as you can see, I don't look like what I've been through. So that could be misleading because people with, we are fighting to be our best self. And it may look like we got things going on and you see us pushing, but you don't know the pain. Just to brush your hair, just to do your teeth, things we take for granted. So what I would really encourage, if you have family members, just check on them. Little things, just check on them, encourage them is very important. Anything you can do to assist, definitely foods, fruits, you know, make sure they're eating right, because again, it's your body, and you're drinking water, they're drinking water, hydrated, that they're going to their doctors, that they're taking their medications. Again, I am a 33-year going on registered professional nurse. So I'm not gonna tell you to stop taking your medicines. What I am gonna say to do is work with your healthcare professionals together. Let them know what supplements you're taking. They may not understand, but you educate them. You let them know what you're doing. If it works for you, which it was for me, that's how I was able to be weaned off of 17 different medications, is because I collaborated with my physician and I know my body. The person knows their body. Listen to your body. Your body saying is aching, it's in pain, whether you have lupus or not. That's your red light. That's the check engine light. You go do something about it. And again, I'm just honored. I'm just really honored to be here and to share my story. And I know there was one more thing I want to bless 54 people and give away some business accounts. So I think there was a link.
Yes,
there.
I have an image for that too.
Yeah.
And
So
let me put that up here. I have that. I said I was going to save that for the last topic because I knew
I'm looking at the time.
I'm going to pop this up and you tell us about your offering here. Is this what you're talking about, the ecosystem?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You know, it's so important to keep yourself educated, be on top of technology and what you're doing. Cryptocurrency and Bitcoin is a great thing. But right now, I just want to bless 54. Since my birthday, I turned 54. I want to bless 54 individuals with free businesses. It is a global opportunity. If you just complete my Google form, see if you qualify,
Is that the bit.ly form right here? I just want to make sure that I'm popping. Here it is right here. Is that the bit.ly form?
That's the form. Absolutely.
So you all screenshot this. Make sure you screenshot this image and that bit.ly, in case, I don't know if you just copy and paste it from the comments on whatever platform you're watching the Kim Jacobs Show. But if you're listening to the show on a podcast, then I need to kind of tell you it's
that's right.
https://bit.ly/get my free business now. Again, https://bit.ly/get my free business now. And she's giving away 50 free global business opportunities for new projects with blockchain technology and cryptocurrency. All right.
Absolutely.
I think I did that right.
You did that absolutely.
I'm trying to give you
and again, that's what it's about. You talk about balance. So again, it's about balance. Having some multiple strings. Oh, you put that picture up there. Listen, guys, every bite you take is either fighting disease or feeding disease. This is powerful. I love this. I share this in my coaching session because listen, every time you put something in your mouth, is it fighting disease or is it feeding the disease? And you have control of that. So
you have control of that. And so today, I think that we've heard probably as much as I could think for us to hear in an hour. What do you think, Anita? Do you feel like you got it all out?
Well, not all, but I tell you, it definitely was enough to just to entice you. And my prayer is that you learn something, that it was impactful, because that is my goal, to have impactful conversations. And we can do that everywhere we go, in the grocery store. You know, I call myself a marketplace minister because everywhere I go, it's ministry. It's ministry. So don't take it for granted.
Somebody said they're unable to get in the form asking to sign in. The form is asking you to sign in.
Okay. Now, a lot of it, it's actually, the great thing is on a Google form. So if you have a Gmail, so you'll just sign into your Gmail, it'll take you right there. Yeah. Oh,
that's good. Make sure you have to have, I think, your Gmail account if this is a Google Doc type form.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's a Google Doc.
That's what it is. If you don't have Gmail, then you probably have to you can create any kind of Gmail account right quick and be able to get that going. Also, I want to take a few seconds to encourage you to pour into the Kim Jacobs Show.
Yes.
This is a platform we're streaming live Monday through Friday. Like y'all, people are at work and taking your lunch breaks and different things to see the Kim Jacobs Show. The Kim Jacobs Show thrives from community contributions like yours. So take a moment today and pour into our broadcast so that we can continue to provide this level of programming to your household and bring balance with great guests, wonderful guests like Nurse Anita Brown and many others that have been here on the show. Actually, coming up next year, we're going to be kicking off a whole new season, and I will have been a host for 15 years. Wow. And so I am super duper excited to present some new things that my team and I are working on, ideas that have not yet been seen that's going to be popping off in the new year as I celebrate being a host for 15 years. So please take a moment to allow this to continue to be what I do every day as I bring wonderful guests to your house, okay? And bring balance to the world one household at a time. All right. Thank you so much for tuning in today. I do need to run one last commercial, and then I'm going to come back and get your closing thought. And we're going to go from there. Let me just run this commercial in particular. It's one that I wanted to run that's here. Getinsured.solutions. And what this woman does is she helps you with funeral expenses and funeral expenses to be able to keep an income in your home versus having to pour it all out into burial and funeral expenses. There's some great stuff that's offered through her program. Here she goes.
Nothing says I love you more than final expense insurance whole life protection. with funeral advocacy nationwide, saving you and your family 30 to 80% off funerals and cremations. Nothing says I love you more than Get Insured Solutions, LLC. GetInsured.Solutions, 704-499-3616.
All right, we're back. And Anita Brown, tell us your closing thought for today.
My closing thought for today is be intentional, live life on purpose, and be impactful. Thank you so much, Ms. Kim Jacobs, for this opportunity to bless your community and to be a blessing. I received a lot, and I definitely will be supporting, encouraging, and I want my book, so I'm going to have to order it there. Yeah.
All right. Listen, thank you all for tuning into today's episode. I'll see you again tomorrow. Stay backstage, Nurse Brown, and you all have a fantastic day. Stay connected with her. I'll put those up as we're closing out. Have a great one, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of The Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on The Kim Jacobs Show.
Hello and welcome to Reinvent and Rise. I'm Alethea Tucker and I am the owner of this show. I am the host and I bring to you an audience and speakers who talk about issues, talk about finance, career, talk about lifestyle, talk about faith, talk about the things that we as women that I like to call risers. Those are women who are 45 plus, who are determined to do whatever is needed, whatever is necessary to come and be the best selves that they can possibly be the very best person that they can possibly be. And today I am bringing to you Sheila Farr. I'm going to let her tell you all about herself, but I will tell you that today's topic is gratefulness. As we come up to the holidays, I think it is a topic that is so appropriate, not just for Thanksgiving, but for Christmas always. Thankfulness and gratefulness is always in season. So today I'm talking to Sheila Farr again. She is someone who knows this topic intimately, and Sheila has just done so many awesome things around gratefulness and some other things too that we'll talk about. So help me welcome Sheila to Reinvent and Rise. Hello, Sheila. Thank you so much for being here.
No, Alethea, thank you so much for having me today. I'm excited to be here and especially excited to talk about this topic, something near and dear to my heart.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Absolutely. You know, we met some years ago and wow, I think it's been some time ago that I interviewed you on the podcast. And I distinctly remember having this discussion. And the feedback that I received from the audience was just phenomenal. It is something that, you know, people can just relate to. So before we get into that, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. Well, let's see where to start. I think the first thing that I love to start with is that I am actually an eternal optimist. I am always looking for the bright side of the situation or the lesson in the struggle. But aside from that, I'm a business owner. I have a training business here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast where we do professional and personal development classes, health and wellness classes. And lately, I've started writing quite a bit. So I've had the good fortune over the past couple of years of being an international best-selling author, and absolutely love that.
Yes, that's wonderful. And it's true. I mean, I've seen in your social media posts and various things that you've done, you are doing a lot of writing, and that's wonderful. It's wonderful when you have found your voice and you're willing to put that voice out there, not just for you, of course, but to help others in the topics that you cover. So that's wonderful. And we'll talk a little bit about that a little later too, because I have been fortunate to work on a project with you that involves a book as well. And I absolutely love that. Absolutely love that. So, as you know, we're talking about gratefulness today, being thankful. And, you know, we talk about this frequently. I know I do. However, it is so interesting how we as women, as we get older, of course, the hope and the prayer is that we grow in our faith. And of course, the longer you live, the more you have to be grateful for. So I often tell people that being grateful and kind of putting some thankfulness behind any negative thing that's going on in your life will negate that thing if you really, really start to focus on all the things that you have to be grateful for. And it is one of the main techniques I advise my clients to use in dealing with limiting beliefs and in dealing with, you know, just the whole confidence issue. Mm-hmm. It's amazing how far you can get just by being grateful. So tell me a little about your whole campaign around gratefulness. I think that's a good way to describe it.
Well, I would say that gratefulness actually saved my life. A few years ago, I was having just a struggle with maybe that midlife transition that we went into. And I found myself in really kind of a fixed and, a dead mindset. I wasn't grateful. I complained a lot. I found negative things in everything I looked at. And I didn't like myself very much. So in order to fix that, I had to do something that would turn that whole mindset around. And for me, it actually came through a Facebook challenge. It was during the month of November when people do the 30 days of thankfulness. And I started doing that. I was like, let me just see this. People always do it. I don't felt like I had too much to be thankful for, but I went ahead and started doing that. And around day 8, I found that I really started having to examine my life a little bit closer. The first couple of days were easy. I'm thankful for my job. I'm thankful for my car, those sorts of things. But when I really started having to look and dig deeper, it really forced me to kind of pay attention to my life and be a little bit more intentional about the way that I operated every day. I started noticing things in nature, like the birds singing. I started noticing how incredibly wonderful my family is and my sweet friends and all the kindness and goodness that I had in my life. So at the end of that 30 days of gratefulness, I didn't want to stop. I wanted to keep going. So every day I would just in social media, just list the things that I was thankful for that day. And then you could see things started to get a little bit deeper and deeper and more authentic and more real. And then even giving thankfulness through the ugly times or the hard times or the struggles. It really, really transformed my life. because it helped me see that even on the bad days, there's still plenty of good that the Lord provides for us if we choose to look for it.
Yes, absolutely. Even on the bad days, And it's funny. It's interesting that you said that, how it saved your life. And I think that is the perfect way to describe how having an attitude of gratitude affects your life. You get to the point, and particularly, the longer, like I said, the longer you live, you realize as you see things that happen and you experience things, and you realize that, well, these things did not happen to me. And I'm just so grateful. I always see different situations and I pray for the person. And then I often think, what would it be like if I had to go through some of those things? I laugh because a long time ago, someone told me, and it's scriptural too, that, of course, the Lord knows just how much you can bear. And, one person's burden is somebody else's, joy to be able to say, I have to deal with that.
Right.
And it is just so mind-boggling sometimes when I look at what many people have to handle. And people tell me the same thing. Oh, I could never do what you handle. But the Lord really does give you the portion that you need to handle the things that you have to handle. And it just makes you all the more grateful. It honestly just pulls your behavior and your attitude all the way around. And I'm sure that's what you've experienced as well, obviously.
It is, and it does. Another thing that I really noticed was what's inside of you spews out in good times and bad. So a lot of times I'll see people that whenever they get shaken a little bit, they profess faith on the outside, but whenever they get shaken a little bit, what spews out is not faith.
It's not.
And that was true for me too. So that was just realizing that and really getting to the root cause of, why am I like that? Why do I respond in this manner? Why do I not respond with scripture or in faith a lot of times? It took me a minute to kind of examine that and turn things around. But honestly, once my perception of life coming at it from a place of gratitude and thankfulness changed, all the inside things changed as well too. So it was really the Lord did some major work inside me.
Yes. Oh, surgery, so to speak. Surgery. So tell me some more. So you said that, once you got started and you started seeing these changes, the more you talked about your gratefulness. So then what did that prompt you to do after you finished the 30 days and you continue? What else have you done?
I can tell you, it's a miracle. It truly was. And I love the way God works because he does that for you. And it's just incredible. So after I started listing the thankful things, if I would miss a day, I noticed that people would message me or call me and say, wait a minute, you missed your list. Where is it today? We look forward to seeing that. So that kind of sparked in my mind, maybe I would like to do this on a larger scale. So I started a blog called Thankful and Blessed 365 because I wanted to be living gratefully and thankfully every single day. So I started the blog back in 2017 and have been doing that since then. But earlier this year, it actually led to a book by the same name. So Thankful and Blessed 365 was out this year. Had a really huge response to that. So we followed that up by another book called A Joyful Heart, which is kind of similar. But really it was, Thankful and Blessed was people looking at their lives and things that they overcome after they applied that spirit of thankfulness and gratitude to situations. A Joyful Heart was really kind of a look at how people live through difficult situations because they have been transformed. So it's really a neat project.
Oh, wow. Oh, that sounds awesome. So 2 books have been birthed out of this whole thankfulness, movement that you have, and you do posts on Facebook as well.
Right.
Yeah. So, and you have a Facebook group. Is it for?
We do.
Okay.
So we have Thankful and Blessed. We have a couple of groups now. Thankful and Blessed. 365 are the folks who follow the blog and want to interact as well on Facebook. And then for anybody who follows the books, we have an authors group for 365. So it's a little different. So
Yeah.
it's a lot of fun.
Oh, that sounds really nice. That sounds really nice. So that people can, that's a way to keep people engaged. You know, people who may just be getting to the point where they realize how important it is to be grateful and may need some support in that arena. Then you have groups who can do that for them. I mean, sometimes it just helps to see other people write down, you know, what it is that they're grateful for. And that often prompts you. I know it does with me sometimes. You know, people will say, oh, I'm grateful for my family. I'm grateful that my kids came home. And I think about, you know, because I have one who's in college, the other one just came back over the summer. She finished grad school. But I often think about, you know, how happy I am when I see them first come through the door. For example, my son surprised me the other day. We're trying to figure out when we're going to go get him. And I came in the door and he was there, you know, and just, you know, just so grateful, thinking about, you know, everybody can't say that they have that experience. So just seeing other people write about that, hearing other people talk about things like that really do inspire you to, you know, be grateful. Just be grateful. So I know that you've written books. What do you think? And I know you say that this has truly, truly changed your life. Do you have anyone? What has the feedback been around what you've been doing? What do you have stories that people have told you, you know, experiences that they've had that you can share with us?
Honestly, everything has been a little bit overwhelming because with the first book, Thankful and Blessed, I saw so many people writing into my authors, to the authors. There's an anthology, so to the people who were contributing to that book, we would get such good feedback, and you know, it was beautiful to see those authors connect with a larger audience. And a lot of them were first-time authors, so this is a brand new experience to them. So now stepping back and seeing them step out and do their own anthologies of different sorts, begin businesses based on being thankful and blessed, and joyful even. So it's been a really neat thing to see that. And with a joyful heart, we had, this was something that was just mind-boggling to me. We had a few hospice organizations and various organizations purchase large quantities of those books to kind of pass out to the people they serve. So being part of something like that was just a huge honor, but also was evidence of the way that the Lord will work in your life and pray for big things to happen, because He will do it for you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, and the fact that people are using that as a resource has got to just make you feel so good, knowing that, you know, what made a big difference in your life is now making a difference in the lives of others as well.
Certainly.
Absolutely. Can you tell me, of course, without telling about the book, so that people make sure to get the book, or books, either two. Can you tell me some of the stories that you've heard or you know, that are in the book?
Yes. Some of my favorites are just of people going through difficult situations, and having other people soak into them through that situation, and them being so caught up in the negative they couldn't see the positive for a while. So I think of one person who was going through an illness with a family member, and she was really in her mind focused on the finances of that situation. and she couldn't understand how she would maintain that family with her once they were discharged from the hospital. She didn't know what next steps she should take. She was just caught up in the worry of the situation. Not knowing in the background that the doctors and nurses that were working with them were actually going in front of them to prepare care and to make sure that they had the supplies that they need and the services that they needed. So this one particular story is the title is called Angels Watching. So, and she talks about how the medical staff were actually guardian angels watching out over her, and she was so focused on trying to find a way, and they were providing it all the way through, and even after they got home, and continue to this day, which is some years later. That people are still providing, and the Lord is still meeting needs. And she was so focused on looking for a solution herself that she couldn't see that the solution was already presented. That was one that touches me. Another one is one called Good Medicine. So it talks about how the Lord's word is good medicine to us, and that how we often look at the struggle more than we look at the blessing. And how whenever we're able to shift and change our mindset, how we see that God's word is truly the lifeblood and this water to our souls that we're thirsting for. So just so many stories, so many good stories. One more I'll share because it struck my heart so much. But it was a person talking about how joy and gratefulness was like snapshots of their life. And as they sit now, and I think she's 60 years old, she looks back at these periods as though they were snapshots of their life. And how she had so many blessings and so many things to be grateful for, and just her writing in celebration of those moments. And that was so joyful to me just to read that.
Oh my goodness, yes. I mean, they sound like absolutely beautiful stories, and you can see they're life changing for many people. I think back to things, and I will just share one of my gratefulness stories. Back when I was younger, I was 16. I was in a really bad accident where I was hit while walking. By a bus. I was 16 years old and really, really suffered some horrible, horrible damage to my foot. And to the point where the doctors weren't sure that they were going to be able to save my foot. They weren't sure that I was going to walk. It went from one thing to the other. And at 16, I believed in God and I was saved at that point. However, of course, my faith has grown since then. But at 16, I just didn't see a whole lot to be grateful for with this awful looking foot that, I just figured it had just really affected the way I looked, the way I walked. And it did. It looked bad. But it wasn't until I got older that I was so, so grateful, because I realized that, I still have my life that could have gone another way. I could have been damaged, badly hurt. And even, a more in-depth and more hurt, something else could have been broken. And true, it was my foot, and it was in really bad shape. I had 5 or 6 different operations. I was in the hospital most of the summer. But I look back on that now, and when I talk to people, I talk about that, and I give it as an example of, perseverance and rising above, and how God still had favor on my life, and, the blessing of being alive. So it's just amazing how you view things. That is just one of my stories of being grateful. It's amazing how you view things, the stronger you get in your faith, and how you realize that even those negative things have a purpose in your life. So you're just grateful for them. Am I really, really happy that I was hit by a bus back then? No. But I'm grateful for the lessons that resulted, because of that horrible traumatic accident. And I don't know if you have a grateful story that you want to share as well.
Honestly, I think just coming through divorce, and coming to the other side of that, which is where I was when I was in that stinking thinking, just attitude thing, but just feeling unloved, unworthy, not good enough, just feeling all those things that were 100% not true. But just looking more at the world and what the world said about me as opposed to what the Lord said about me, and the opportunity that I really had, because I didn't feel good about me. I felt rejected. But the beautiful thing about being rejected is that when you're rejected from one thing, you're actually redirected to something new. So it was just me taking the time to see that redirection. So even though I felt like a failure in one regard, at the same time, it led me to a more beautiful life that was filled with more blessings than I ever could have imagined.
Yes.
So
yes. And divorce is an incredibly, incredibly difficult one to come out of, feeling as though you're better for it. It is very, very hard. And it is also amazing as you come out of it and you see the things that God still has in store for you. People often, like you said, think, I failed and this is terrible, I failed me, I failed God, I failed my family. And, it's amazing just to see how God has purpose in that. Even in that, he's got purpose in there. So that's beautiful. That is beautiful. So as we start to wrap things up, if I were a person who really needed to institute more gratefulness in my life, what are some of the things that you would recommend that I begin to do so that I could be more cognizant of those things that I need to be thankful for?
I would say start small and just start looking every day for one thing that went well that day. One thing that you're thankful for. It could be anything. But we all have something. We often forget that because we're so focused on the negative. But if you could just start working to change that perspective and look for those good things that happen. That's starting small. That's where I did. Change my life.
Yes, absolutely. And then, maybe like Sheila, you'll get to the point where you just get so enthused about what you're doing and you see the blessings in that, you will just want to continue and go on and on. And you're right, start small. Just write one thing in a journal. I am the worst person with journaling, I have to admit. But I don't even beat myself up about it anymore. But the one thing that I tried to do in the journal every day or every week sometimes when I get to it is I put down something that I'm grateful for. If nothing else goes in there, I put that in there. If I don't talk about my day, if I don't do anything else, I just write down, I'm grateful for this. And then go back and refer to that is what I also tell people. Go back and look at that. Look at what you're grateful for this year, next year at this time.
Right. That's a big one.
Or the things that you're writing about. So, but it's wonderful. It's wonderful. Sheila, I am so happy that you came with us today on Reinvent and Rise, and you talked to my risers about the importance of keeping gratefulness at the forefront of their minds. Tell us what you're doing now. Is there anything that you want people to connect with you on? How can we get in touch with you and stay abreast of all that you're doing around gratefulness and everything else?
Well, I would invite everybody to my website, www.gulfcoasttraining.org. Had to stop and think about that. So that was www.gulfcoasttraining.org. everything that I'm doing is there. There are also some free items that your audience might want to download that have to do with mindfulness and thankfulness to help get them started on their journey. So please visit me there. And what's next for me is actually, I have a new book coming out in January. It's an anthology, a little bit different. It's called Cage Fight. And it talks about the struggle with overthinking, worry, feeling rejected or not good enough that we have in our minds. Not in real life, just the negative things that we tell ourselves that sometimes keep us off track or get us off track from where the Lord has us pointed and purpose. So.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, that is different. That's a good one. Oh, I look forward to reading that. I do.
It's powerful.
Yes, yes. Now, is this an anthology or is it one that, wow,
it is.
So there'll be a number of stories. That is going to be awesome, Sheila. Now, make sure I have this right. Golfcoursetraining.org.
GULF.
Yep. So I'm going to make sure that I put that up there, Gulf Coast. All right. Make sure that we get that right. And of course, I hit save and it's just taking forever to save right now.
That's it.
There we go.
Thank you for that.
You know, technology is still frequently not my friend, but we try. We try. So again, Sheila, thanks so much for being with us today on Reinvent and Rise. And we will definitely have you back. Go visit her website, gulfcoasttraining.org, to find out about all of the things that she's doing, not just around gratefulness, but all of the wonderful things that she's doing, the other things she's doing in the community. And I know that she's speaking as well, and she's also writing. She writes frequently, sharing what she knows, and is very willing to help others to acquire some of the things that she's gotten through the lessons that she's learned. All right. So thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. And that is it for today for Reinvent and Rise. Remember to go out, be your authentic self, because there's no one better to be you than you. We'll see you right back here next time around the topics that affect us as we rise. Have a great one. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Thought for Thursday. I am happy to be here today. No technical difficulties, no traffic, nothing to hinder me from being on camera and seeing you today. So I'm pretty happy about that, to finally talk about the topic that I've been teasing about for a week now, right? Yeah, I've been teasing about this for at least a week. So we're going to get to it today. But first of all, I hope everybody's doing good. I hope that everybody is healthy and being safe. And for those of you who have children who are going to school, I hope that all is well there, that you are, I know, back in the throes of things. It's another school year. Hard to imagine. I've been enjoying seeing all the first day of school pictures and reminiscing actually to my kids when it was their first day in school, first day in elementary, middle school, high school. And then the first days just kind of started waning away after that. But I love seeing the pictures and I love seeing the growth. And I'm happy seeing their faces. They are so happy to be going back. You know, they miss that. I'm hoping that this year will be a little more friendly to them, that they will actually be able to spend time with one another. I know we're still hiding behind a mask. Many of us are still hiding behind a mask. If it's not one virus, it's something else. So I'm hoping that the kids will at least be a little more interactive this year, and they won't have to worry too much about having to having to hide behind a mask all the time. They're still going to have to stay safe, but still, I'm hoping that things will be better for them this year. But anyway, so here we are. It's Thursday, and we're finally going to talk about that topic, pursuing purpose, specifically the push for purpose. You know, it's funny because you hear that word so often. People throw it around so loosely, but that's not her purpose, or that's not in his purpose. And people really don't fully understand what it means to have a purpose. You know, I say it all the time that God designed us to be here for a specific reason. We're all, first of all, to serve as a testament to Him and to serve as a vehicle for helping other people and for treating others the way that we want to be treated and for making mankind the way that He has designed it to be, for helping mankind to get back to remain the way He's designed it to be. We all have that piece of us, that piece of purpose. But it is different in the way that we all go about it. We may all be working towards similar things, but the things and the gifts and the direction that He's given us in order to make those gifts come to fruition and to use those gifts in the way that He desires for us to use them, that's all different. That's all different for everybody. So why is it so difficult? Why is it so hard for us to truly understand purpose, for us to truly understand what it is that we were designed to do, why we're here, what we should be doing in life? What is it about life? What is it that we should be doing that's going to make us thrive in life? Because when you work in purpose, when you move in purpose, you live a life that is thriving. So what is it? Why is there such a push for getting there? What is it that we're missing? What is the thing? What are some of the things that kind of hinder us that maybe we're looking at wrong? And the first thing I thought about when people think purpose, they think about what they do on a daily basis. So let's talk about that. We talk about profession and we look at it and think that our profession is our purpose. And that's not necessarily true for many of us. Many of us have our profession, or we work in a certain profession because it's what we went to school to do. We were told that we would make good money if we went to school for engineering, or if we went to school to be a doctor or a lawyer, or some type of special technical skill that we could acquire. If we learn that, we were told that you do that, you make good money, and you get good at it, then that's your purpose right there. But nothing could be further from the truth in some instances. Many of us have learned trades. Many of us are working in positions that really are a means to an end for us. We work a certain position because we need to put food on the table, because we need to take care of bills, because we need to make a living. And in making our living, we do what we've been trained to do. We do what someone else has told us is a good thing for us to do. Many of us are doing things that, you know, grandma said, you know, I think you'd be good at that. And that's what you need to do. And because grandma said that, then you went on and did it. Now, grandma may have gotten a prophetic word, but grandma may have also just felt like, you know, I think this is something good and I could see her doing it. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you are supposed to do that. So what I'm saying is that we often push so hard to reach our purpose because we're missing it, because we're misunderstanding what purpose really looks like. Because we work in a certain profession does not mean that that is what we're really here to do. Now, many people are actually working out in the area that they are supposed to work in. They are working engineering. They have a technical brain and they know that they work best there, and they feel that they can make a real difference in the world, and they're making a real impact in doing that profession. And that's where they're supposed to be. But many people are stuck because they are doing something just because it's a means to an end and not the real destiny that they are to pursue. So what do? You sit down and you spend some time finding out what that might look like for you. Do you discount the skills that you have? No. Do you discount the things that you have been doing? Absolutely not. What you have to do, however, is spend some time in figuring out exactly what your destiny, your call looks like for you. And there are ways in which you can do that. And so that falls right in alignment with the second reason why there's such a push for purpose, because we really don't know what the definition of our purpose is. We don't know what that looks like. We think I'm passionate about this. That's got to be my purpose. We think I'm good at this, I'm really good at being able to gather groups. And so whatever I do, I know that my purpose is right in alignment with group gathering, even though it drives you absolutely crazy to have to organize anything where there is a group of people that need to come together. So we get bogged down then in understanding exactly what the definition of our purpose may look like, because we think that it must involve something that we're kind of good at doing. Again, it may very well involve that, but in many instances, we are good at things because we have to be. We have to be organized because that's the way we grew up. We grew up in a large family, and there had to be somebody there who organized things, or we'd never get anywhere or get anything done. Some of us are really good at being able to maneuver a certain amount of money and being able to stretch it over a certain number of projects, because growing up or just in life, in early life, or even now, finances are short, and we've become really good at being able to put specific budgets on specific needs. And for that reason, we're really good at working with numbers, and we think, well, that must be my purpose. But is that something that you really enjoy? Is that something that you feel that you're making a real impact with? Is it something that you really feel that you have been divinely here? You've been put here divinely to do. That's something to think about. So again, we push hard because we start confusing purpose with our profession. And sometimes we have our profession just because we need to make a living. We don't understand. We get confused by the definition because we're thinking, when you talk about passions or just something that I'm good at, that must be the definition of what purpose really looks like for me. That could be the truth, but in many instances is not. So why else is it that we really have to push for purpose? What are some of those obstacles that we really come up against when we're looking at it? A huge one is a lack of courage. Many of us know, we have known for a while what area, what lane it is that we really should be driving in. But we continue to drive in the opposite direction because we're fearful of where that lane is really going to lead us. It's unknown, so we don't want to try that lane. We want to stick over here with something that's safe. We want to stick with the profession that we were told we were supposed to have or we're kind of good at. We want to stick with the stuff that we know how to do even in our sleep. But we still wonder why there is such a void in our lives and there's something that's missing. And it's because, again, we don't have the courage to go for that thing that is really in the lane that we should be driving in. It could require finances. We don't have the courage to pursue or to go request funding for a project because we don't want to fail. That's the biggest reason we're afraid. We don't want to fail. We don't have the courage to go forward because failure seems also encompassing and seems like the absolute worst thing that you can do. When in many instances, failure just helps you to learn and helps you to get to that next point and helps you to grow to the point where you have perfected that lane, perfected that drive, and know the exact direction in which it is you need to go. So again, it's the profession that messes us up sometimes, and we don't have a real clear definition of what purpose looks like for us. And then some of us know, we just don't have the courage to pursue it. That curvy lane looks a lot more dangerous and a lot more scary to you than that straight one you've been running on all your life. And finally, what is something else? What is another reason why we do not pursue purpose? Why there's such a push for us to get at our real purpose? And that reason is because of support. Many of us don't have the right people around us. We don't have people speaking life to us instead of negativity. We don't have people who want to help us to go in a direction, to pursue a vision that we have, to pursue that vision that's attached to your real purpose. We don't have support around it. So for that reason, we remain quiet and refuse to move on it. For that reason, we tell ourselves that it can't be real, not if no one else really sees it. When no one is supposed to see your purpose, the real person who's supposed to see it is you. That's another reason why there's such a push for purpose. We don't have the support around the things that we need to do. We don't have the emotional support that we need to pursue the things that we really want to pursue in order to thrive in life. So what do you do? What do you do when the push just seems totally overwhelming? You have all these factors that are just hitting you from every which way, and you feel as though you're never going to thrive in life. You want to figure out how to do it, but you really just don't know how. You want to take a chance. You kind of think it's your profession. It feels like it could be some of the things that you're really passionate about. And it might be this lane over here, but that lane right there is real comfortable and you're real tired after working every day and you don't want to come home and figure out any other way to travel. What do you do? Do you continue to kind of live in that mediocre place where this might be what I'm supposed to do, maybe it's not? Or do you kind of branch out and you figure out exactly where you're supposed to be? So what you need to do is to first admit that where you are may not be where you're supposed to be. That's the first step. Number 2 is, of course, doing the work to find out where that place is. There are things that you can do. There are people that you can work with. I work with people who consistently come to me wanting to make changes. And the very first thing that we talk about is, let's make sure that the change that you want to make is in alignment with where you're supposed to be. Your real purpose, your real thing in life is going to help you to thrive. So you need to admit, yeah, maybe I'm not where I'm supposed to be. And then you need to do the work around getting there. And then you need to implement. You have to get the courage to implement working in your purpose once you discover exactly what that is. So I talked to you today in almost 16 minutes here about the things that are really kind of making you push, feeling like you push every day to figure out what your purpose is, getting confused on the profession and the definition and not having the courage and the support you need. And then I told you that you have to admit that you may not really be where you're supposed to be and be willing to do the work to get there. And then, of course, once you figure it out, have the courage to implement it. Those are the steps. And this is the time. We're in the last quarter of the year, guys. This is the time to make a move. You want to be straight for the new year, right? You want to be straight now. Who wants to put a time limit on, let's get free in 2023? when you can do it right now in 2022. Now is the time. Make it a priority for you to put yourself up front to the place where you're going to be willing to thrive, to the place where you're going to be able to thrive. Finally Me is starting back up this month. I started to say next month. I just realized it is September 1st. It's starting back up next month. I'm going to go ahead and put the link up here if you want to go on and take a look at that. That is the link. I'll make sure to put it in the description section here on Facebook, as well as on LinkedIn and over on Instagram. The link is in my bio if you want to further find out about Finally Me. That program is the foundation, honestly, for everything that I do. Because in order to make a career change, in order to figure out if you want to be an entrepreneur, in order to figure out, if you want to, elevate and do better in the position where you are, you want to advocate for yourself more. If you want to figure out, is there something I want to change in my personal life? Are there financial or health things that I need to change? Understanding how you tick and understanding what's really at your core is where you need to start. I start at the basics before we start veering off into any of that stuff. And then Finally Me, those are the things that we do. We talk about the limiting beliefs that are holding you back from getting to where you're really supposed to go in life. We talk about those, and we talk about strategies for eliminating them. We talk about living the life that you desire. We talk about ways in which you can thrive, putting you at the front of the line and taking you off of the back burner. We talk about the process for understanding your behaviors and understanding your relationships, your relationship with yourself and your relationship with others, because that again is at the core of being able to make changes in your life. If you don't have a good relationship with you, certainly you're not going to be able to change you in any significant way. If the relationships around you aren't where they need to be, surely you're not going to be able to make changes in any significant way. We already talked about how a lack of support really does nothing for you in carrying out your vision and understanding your purpose. We talk about all of those things. Yes, we do some assessments as well, some assessments that have been known to help you to figure how your behavior actually relates to the kinds of things that you do in life. We have those assessments. All assessments that we do are used as tools only, because what we look at is how you feel, where you are, and then we start taking those things and we break them down so that we can build to the point where your core is stable so that you can go out and work and thrive in the areas in which you need to thrive. So that's it, Thought for Thursday. We went a little over, I apologize, but I'm bringing to you actually things that I wanted to bring last week and this week. Last week we were going to talk about the push, and this week we were going to talk about how we can push actually and push away some of those other things and start pulling for ourselves and moving in the direction of purpose. All right. So that's it, guys. Again, I will leave the information here. I hope you all are doing good. We're coming up. Hey, Kizzy, good to see you. I see Janine and Latasha and Mike over on Instagram. Thank y'all so much for joining. I'll make sure to leave the recording here on Instagram and Facebook, of course, and LinkedIn so you can see it again. I'm so glad that you were here. Remember, guys, your life is, of course, worth the living. Your life is worth the living. For me, it's because of who I am in Christ. And for me, I have a purpose that He has designed me to fill, and you do too. And to operate in your purpose means that in life you will thrive and not just survive. To operate in purpose means that you will thrive and not just survive. All right. Good night. You guys have a great long weekend. Stay safe and be good.
Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
Next on the Tina Ramley Show and podcast, we have our special featured guest, Robin Clark. She is the CEO of Why Not Believe. She is bringing about change and making a difference within our community. Robin provides leadership, direction, and vision to organizations. Make sure to tune in this Thursday at 7:30 p.m. EST. It's time to come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show. Welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, a show to motivate you and introduce you to celebrities, authors, singers, coaches, and standout entrepreneurs that are making a positive impact in the world. Men and women coming together to share knowledge, having upbuilding conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We connect you with some amazing people and opportunities. It's your time to shine, and we help you do that. We love sharing your stories of success and spotlighting you, the entrepreneur. We love to laugh. We love to smile. We love to celebrate you, and we love having fun. So go grab a seat, get a snack, and don't forget your beverage. It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow. Yes, it's time for the Tina Ramsey Show. Let's get started with your host, Dr. Tina J. Ramsey. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the show. I know we kind of throwing you off because it's a Tuesday, not a Thursday. So you know when we come in on a day, an exclusive day like Tuesday, we have someone special, someone epic in the studio that you need to know. Who is that? That is the amazing Robin Clark. As mentioned before, she is the CEO of Why Not Believe. She is in the community doing some amazing things right here in South Carolina. Robin provides leadership, direction, visions to organizations, and she is dedicated to helping to build a strong community through her knowledge from being in diverse situations and bringing a lot of love. I met her in person and have experienced being at one of her amazing functions, and she leave a lasting impression, not only on what she do for the community, but also what she does to your heart after you meet her. So without further ado, let's bring on the amazing, the phenomenal woman, yes, Robin Clark. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm honored to be here.
Oh, child, I'm just so happy to see everything and how much growth since the first time that I met you many years ago.
Yes.
And seeing that you're still going, you and I both, and just watching you still continuously making a positive impact in the world. So it's really my honor to have you here to showcase an amazing woman such as yourself. So let's talk about why not believe. Why did you decide to not only start this movement, but it's very specific. You use the letter Y instead of WHY. Why did you decide to do that?
Well, I decided to use the Y versus the, YHY is because of the fact that I felt that it would be more captivating, that it will really get your attention, and ask yourself why. Like you're asking why. So why use why? Why? So that you will know that it is not just what do you say? I would say, so it will really get your attention and make you want to ask the question. And so that's why I use why.
Well, I tell you what, that's exactly what it made me do. And when I first met you, actually, my husband introduced me to you at an event. I was actually speaking at an event on stage, and some kind of way, because he worked the room just like me. I'm on the stage, he working the room. He's like, you need to meet this woman. And there was a lot of people around me, and you was like,
yes, it was a conference. Yeah.
Yes. And I was like, I see why you want me to meet her. Like, she's amazing. And so you definitely hit it on target, because it makes you ask why. And it also make you I just love where you say, why not believe? Because many of us have problems with just the simple thing of believing in ourselves. We lose that. So I love what you do. So with why not believe, what do you provide, or what will people gain from coming to your events? Because I was speaking at an event on stage and met you, but then I also experienced going to your event myself. I know what they get, but what would they be actually able to gain from being at your events?
Well, you would get a variety of different people throughout the community and surrounding areas that are knowledgeable, that have tried and proven professionals who have really navigated the waters of their professions and the insight of their field of expertise. And not only that, you would get the camaraderie of meeting new people, creating new relationships. You would get entertainment, you would get good food, and you would get wonderful vendors, as you were one at one particular time. And I mean, it's just a wide variety of things that you would get. It's almost like a day away from home, gaining knowledge, gaining new friends, eating good food. So it's like a social event, but yet it's an educational event as well. And these are things that you can take back home to your family, to your church, to your community, back on your jobs. You know, wherever you go, I always try to make sure that it leaves a lasting impression on you to share with others.
I agree with you 100%, because when I went, it was unlike any event that I have ever experienced. I mean, when I walked in your event that particular year, I mean, I was semi-dressed up, but I was like, man, this is like a wedding reception. I mean, you pull all the stops. I mean, the decoration, the ambiance, the speakers, the caliber of speakers, the ones in the community. And what I really like in particular is that you are a South Carolinian, and this is happening in South Carolina, in Columbia. And many people sometimes be up under the pressure that we don't be doing nothing over here. No, we have some amazing people doing some amazing things. And what made you, because when I think about it, this is your 9th.
Yes.
Not first, second, or third. Your 9th annual Why Not Believe event. What keeps you continuously bringing this event back every single year? Because I know it's not always easy. So what is your drive to keep bringing this back to us every single year?
Honestly, I can say that prayer, and I see God and ask him, what do the people need in this season? And like this current event that's coming up, with the theme it's time to get your house in order. I see a need, and where there's a need, I try to meet that need. And I try to gather those people who are experts in their fields to bring forth the knowledge so that people won't have to perish anymore for the lack of knowledge. And not only that, like during this past couple of years during the pandemic, I've listened to people talk about how the hardships of losing a loved one, how unfortunately in some situations they didn't have health insurance. They didn't have life insurance. They didn't do wills. They didn't know about probate and all the things that probate does. And so it was just a gamut of different things that I was just listening to other people, and I just really saw the need. So I said, what can I do to make this happen so that people won't have to continue to go through this? And then that's when it's time to get your house in order. And so all these people, all these speakers, all these wonderful people like Judge McCullen, the probate judge, with what's the name? Kendra Dove, who is the tax assessors, deputy tax assessors. And I mean, she doesn't just speak on taxes. She has a wealth of information, that tells you about the different taxes and how it affects you and your home and your family and even your community even. I mean, I was just amazed hearing her previously. And then you're talking about Sheriff Lott, who, he's not only just talking about, being a law enforcer, but also telling you how to secure your home, help secure your communities, all these things that help you get your house in order. And then you have people who deal with life insurance. I mean, a lot of people think like, well, I can't afford this. Well, they'll show you all the different ways that you can. I mean, although everybody wants that abundant life and live life to its fullness, and we all do want that, but unfortunately, there comes a time where death is the inevitable. And so we want to make sure that you have options. And so therefore we have Mr. Brian Myers, who's coming forth to let you know that you can do pre-arrangements. You don't have to wait till that day comes. You can do preparatory. I call it preparatory. So this event is basically preparatory. It is preparing you for the here and the hereafter.
I absolutely love it, because many times as people in general don't want to think about it, but all too often what the last couple years have taught us is that we have to address this. And the earlier that we address this, the better it leaves our family in a better situation. And just having, like you said, without the proper knowledge, people can perish. I mean, so having this correct knowledge, putting all these thought leaders, putting all these individuals in the same building at the same time, sharing all this knowledge, it's like little beacons of light that once the individuals come, they can take this knowledge out in the community, and it changed the generational curses that usually happen from a lack of knowledge. So I love what you're doing. What we're going to do right now, we're going to take a commercial break, but we're going to come right back with Robin Clark, the CEO of Why Not Believe, and let you know how you can get your own tickets, when the date is, and where can you go to see all of this, because you definitely need to get your house in order. We'll be right back with Robin Clark after this commercial. CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms, and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today. And just like that, we are back. And I come along with a friend. Who is that, you might ask? The amazing Robert Clark from Why Not Believe. All right, before the commercial break, we were speaking about those little beacons of light. And basically, it's in reference to the knowledge. And you saw that there was a need. Every year you sit back and you pray and say, okay, God, what do you want me to do now? I mean, this is the 9th year. Do you want me to stop? Do you want me to go? And he let you know, one more year, we got to keep on going. And so you saw it, and then you make action. And I love the thing, get your house in order, because Lord knows we need to do that. Yeah. So with everything that you do, because you're such an amazing person, a philanthropist, a community leader. But I want to know something. We're gonna change this a little bit. Like, what are some of the most important lessons that you learned in your life? Because I know with all your wealth of who you meet, what have you learned?
Honestly, I can say what I've learned through just as many years of living is to don't give up. It is easy to want to throw in the towel. And I also have learned not to listen to naysayers, negativity, to block it, to shut it down, again, why not believe that you can achieve any goals that you set your mind to, and that sometimes you will have to go it alone. Sometimes you may not have those people who will partner with you to go on that journey of life with you. But if God put it in you, he'll see you through it. And so with that being said, those are the lessons that I've learned. It's just to pray, seek God, not give up, trust in the abilities, because God has given each and every one of us a gift and a talent. It just needs to be cultivated, but we have to continue to press forward. And sometimes that's not easy. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's been easy, because I've had my challenges and I have wanted to throw in the towel quite a few times, but you know, I keep pressing forward. And the rewarding part of it is the fact that to learn where people have taken so much education and knowledge away. And when I see them, they can tell me, oh, I went to your event and I learned this, that, and the other, or I met such and such, you know. So to me, that makes it that much rewarding, you know. It's just about people gaining friends, gaining knowledge, and just being a more thriving community, learning who labors among them, because a lot of people don't know who their leaders in the community, and they don't know, like you said earlier, about people such as yourself. And like you say, there are good things that comes out of South Carolina. It's not all negative. It's good things and good people, and you know, and creating that web of networking of people and sharing knowledge.
I totally agree with you. There are some good things that come out of South Carolina other than grapes, tea, and food. Now, get it straight now. When you go to Robin's event, she has the buffet spread. I mean, you are simply treated like royalty. I have never, and I have spoken on over 100 plus stages, international and within the United States. And let me tell you, I have yet to be to any event that in South Carolina that pretty much roll out the red carpet. It's an experience just going in the room. Like when you walk in, the whole atmosphere just shift to positivity. If you was feeling way down, you having a bad day, all of a sudden that frown turned into a smile, because you see all these smiling faces. And then you see, what I love was that you bring in
different leaders like the police, and you get to meet them and speak with them.
Right.
And be like, okay, these are my concerns. How can you help us with this? And then they're ready to listen. Normally, it's a separation. And so I love how you bring all these leaders, all these experts together in one spot. But I want to make sure I let everybody know in the room, thanks to Facebook, you can now support CTR Media Network podcasters by buying or purchasing some stars. If you are absolutely loving this broadcast, and not only the Tina Ramsey Show, but other 30 plus podcasters, just simply click the link on this video and select the amount of stars you would like to purchase to support our positive, impactful media and broadcasting. So thank you, Facebook, for allowing us to do that. All right, so let's get back to Robin. Robin, when you think about your life, because you have done so many things, in my opinion, in a short period of time, and you have helped so many people, you have made such a positive impact, but I know how I know you and how you changed my life from that moment that I first met you. But how would you like people to remember you?
Well, honestly, just to know that I've made a positive impact on your life, that you left with feeling good about yourself, feeling good about what you do, and knowing that you are a phenomenal woman, or just an awesome gentleman, or just a person, just to know that you are valued. And I definitely, everyone that walks in the door of my event, I want them to know that they're valued. I appreciate them. You didn't just to come to another conference, but to come to an experience, And so I want everyone, when I'm gone, to just remember that Robin really tried to make a positive impact and to leave a legacy of people just uniting to make a better community, which that spreads to a better world.
That is true. I mean, you never need to underestimate the power of one, meaning you can help that one person, and that one person can trickle into 100. That 100 can trickle into 1,000. That 1,000 can become a million. And then you're looking at a mighty nation after that. So, I mean, you made a lasting impression on me all those years ago. And so it was just an honor when I saw, like, oh my goodness, I get to finally showcase some South Carolinians that's really doing it, keeping it going, and showing that it's more to South Carolina than our Southern hospitality. We also provide knowledge, community, resources to make your life easier. And we always talking about legacy. This is actually giving you those foundational pieces so that your family, whether you're here or not, will continue to thrive and not just survive.
Yes.
So, Rob, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying that, people such as yourself also help make this possible for people as myself. Had you not started the podcast and you started doing the things that you do, this would not be possible for me to share, not just my events, but just to share, to let people know that you have people out there really trying to do great things in their community, and I could go on and on about that, but the time will not permit. And so, but yes, I mean, because there's some people like right now that I do feeding the homeless on Tuesdays, every Tuesday, and I look forward to that. But the people who that I work with does great work in the community. I mean, great work. Every day, this man does great community outreach work. And so that's what this is all about. Why Not Believe is truly a community outreach event, trying to bring people together to truly thrive, not just for themselves, but for the betterment of their families, their communities, their churches, their jobs, et cetera, et cetera.
So all of you who trying to figure out, you're like, okay, we've been talking about this. Now I want to know how I can get tickets, okay? Because they still have some tickets available. So if you are in South Carolina or any surrounding areas, and you don't even have to be in surrounding areas, you like to drive, then drive on down to South Carolina, because I want you to be able to participate. It is an experience that you will never, ever forget. This is the 9th annual. This is the 9th annual Why Not Believe. And we want you to start to believe in yourself, to know that you can do whatever you put your mind to. You can find this on Eventbrite. So when you go to Eventbrite, you will see it's happening this month, October the 22nd at 2 p.m. All of those twos. I love twos. October the 22nd, 2022 at 2 p.m. at Spring Valley Country Club, 300 Spring Valley Road in Columbia, South Carolina. That is 29223. That is 29223, because Columbia is a very extensive place. So you need to make sure you have your right zip code. And that is October the 22nd at 2 p.m. So make sure to go get your tickets today, because every ticket that you purchase from Why Not Believe, it actually pours back into our community. And not just here, but anything that Why Not Believe actually stands behind and do. It actually helps facilitate more of these type of community outreach and programs for not only you, but other families to enjoy and look forward to every year. All right. So Robin, tell me, like, I remember the event that I went to. It opened my eyes when I went to your Why Not Believe event a couple of years ago. And it was talking about domestic violence. That was the theme of it. And it was showing overcomers. And not just that, but it was one particular guy that came on and told his story, and it shook me. Because many times when we think about domestic violence, we think about women, we think about girls, we don't think about boys or men. And he spoke about his story. That actually opened up other situations and other connections from meeting him, going to another event, and it just did a polarized positivity effect. So that's why I'm telling people, you never know who you're going to meet. You never know whose story going to help change your life and have a different perspective. And you never know what's going to come about from that event. So many great relationships and things was formed from me coming to your amazing event. And I was able to share about female wellness and mental health. So thank you so much for just allowing me to participate that particular year. But I know you have like 8 previous events. So was there any other touching moments? That was my touching moment from one of your events. Were there any touching moments from your previous events that was lasting, that stayed into your mind?
Yes. Matter of fact, my very first event, it was a young lady that was prior service. And she came to my event. Matter of fact, she called me prior to the event, and she told me that she was coming and she was going to bring other people with her. And I thought that was great. You know, the more the merrier. But when she ended up being like a speaker, and she started sharing her story, she started sharing her journey. And in her journey, she was sharing how she, from being in the military to getting out of the military to going to college, to become a dentist, and then becoming a dentist. Now she's a phenomenal dentist, her own practice. Now she's an entrepreneur, as well as she's a philanthropist. She has all these different business, and I mean, she has just bloomed. But what really sticks out in my mind is she told me that what helped her to make it through when she was still in the military and through college and becoming a dentist was the fact that I would always encourage her and tell her how much she can do this, and, you know, that I prayed with her, et cetera, et cetera. And she said, even when I was in the military, even when I was in school, even when I became a dentist, you were there. And I said all that to say this, is that you never know how positive words, positive action, a hug, a prayer, just a smile, anything can be an encouragement and an everlasting impact on someone's life. And that's why Not Believe was born, because the word of God says to be encouragers of one another right now where you are. And so you don't have to wait till tomorrow. You don't have to think about yesterday, but right now, the person that you are, Tina Ramsey, has such positivity in her, and she has encouraged so many and helped so many people to believe in themselves and thrive. And so again, you also a part of Why Not Believe. And so that was an everlasting impact on me, just to hear those things that I did that I didn't think anything about. I just cared about the person, but you just don't know how that makes an everlasting impact. So whatever you do, you can have an everlasting impact on someone's life. And that's whether you do the Tina Ramsey show, you do Why Not Believe events, whatever it is that you do, you have a gift and you have to be a blessing to someone in this life each day.
Listen, don't make me cry. No, you know you can do that. Don't make me cry. Cause I don't cry cute.
She did. I mean, when this young lady spoke, she had some people tearing up, some people crying, even myself, because I didn't even know. I didn't even know that, that's what I did for her. And even with doing these events, and I just really encourage people to come out to this 9th annual, not for my sake, but for the sake of yourself, your family, and your community, really. And the people are there, they're giving up their Saturdays to bless you with all this knowledge. And like I said, to learn and meet new people, and also the vendors that you would have there, great vendors, and great food and music, soft music. So you have a variety of things that's happening, and it's all for you.
You guys, I give it my 5-star approval recommendation. If you want to be inspired, you want to learn, you want to be in a positive environment, you want to be a part of the community and be in a place where people want you to win, then the Why Not Believe, anything that they're doing with the Why Not Believe banner around it is definitely a place for you. If you're not in South Carolina, it doesn't matter. If you have a car, you can put some gas in and drive on down. I promise you, this is something that you will not forget. It will stay in your mind for the rest of your life, because it will change you for the rest of your life. I mean, going to that event really helped open my eyes to different perspectives and different things that was going on in the community that I wasn't even aware of. I didn't even realize how much of a voice I had within my own community until I went to the event and was listening. I'm like, I really can, I have a say.
Mm-hmm.
And so go to the event. And even if you just don't know, go scared. I guarantee somebody or something is going to happen that it was for you. The event, again, is the 9th annual Empowerment of People. It's time for you to get your house in order. It's taking place October the 22nd at 2 p.m. at Spring Valley Country Club. And that address is 300 Spring Valley Road in Columbia, South Carolina, 29223. You can purchase your tickets on Eventbrite, but you can also contact Lisa Carter at 1-703-822-3177. Again, that number is 1-703-822-3177, and that is Lisa Carter. Make sure to get in contact with it. Someone said, where is the event? I see, I already answered for you.
Also, for the first 10 people, because I believe in this so passionate and I want people to gain this knowledge, for the first 10 people, the tickets are $65, but for the first 10 people who either go on to contact Lisa Carter, you will get your tickets for $59.
Oh, wow, you guys. So go ahead and hurry on over. Either call Lisa Carter. Or you can go to Eventbrite, but call her, get the tickets. I mean, literally, it changed my life in a positive way. And like Robin said, positive words, positive affirmations. I'm a scripture girl, so scriptures, all of that
you just never know what you say can help change the trajectory of somebody's mindset, which also in essence change their life. Because remember, we get knowledge in our head, but then once it trickles down to our heart is the seed of motivation. And once we get it there, it can move us to action. So it can take one person to believe in you. And it changed your whole life. Like that girl that Robin said, those words too. And she took that with her all over her life and just blossomed in so many different ways. So the next time when you talk to somebody, think about that. Your words can either help heal or hurt.
Yes.
Remember that. So Robin, she said, are you accepting any sponsors?
Yes. We encourage all sponsors, and you can contact the same person, Miss Lisa Carter, at the number that was given, she will give you all the information you need. And yes, we love sponsors. It helps us to do what we do, because I'm pretty sure you know, in this climate, inflation. So yes, thank you. We definitely encourage and love to have sponsors.
All right, you guys. You want to donate, you want to become a sponsor, you want to get tickets, call Lisa Carter at 1-703-822-3177. Again, for the people on the radio, that is 1-703-822-3177. Why Not Believe is accepting donations, sponsorships, and you can currently purchase some tickets for this event while tickets and supplies last. So make sure to help and support, because this is how they do what they do. This is in celebration to you. I want to just celebrate you right now, Robin, because the 9th annual is a great accomplishment. And I want you to sit still and I want you to take it in, because people who are being impactful, that's doing this whole lot of things in the community, you go from one year to the next, doing, but you don't take it in. Take it in, because you're indeed, my dear, making a positive impact in the world. And we appreciate you. We love you. And thank you for taking time out of your busy life to pour it back into us in the community, because you're a mom too. So thank you for what you do. And thank you to your family for letting you do. You know, they actually support you doing what you do.
Yeah, they do. Yes, they do. And I do appreciate it. And, you know, for those who have other engagements, and I understand that, donate a ticket to someone else that you think will really benefit from it, you know? We appreciate that too.
That is a wonderful, great idea. And that's something that you can definitely do. Share the gift of knowledge. That'll take you longer than any Louis Vuitton bag. Share the gift of knowledge.
Yes, absolutely. So we appreciate it. We want, you know, come one, come all. Trust me, the Spring Valley Country Club can hold you all.
Yes, and it's very accommodating and very beautiful. The ambiance is amazing. I'm telling you, it's an experience. That's a good place to go for a date. I'm trying to tell you. That's a great place.
Yes.
So, Robin, thank you so much for
having me.
Yeah, Multi-Fair Studios said, yep, they was in the building too. Like, that's a great place. All right, you guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Robin, if you have anything else you would like to say, like anything else that you're doing in the community that you want to drive them to, just let them know. But I want to personally thank you for taking some time to be a featured guest on our show. And again, thank you for being the bright spot of South Carolina, okay?
Thank you so very much. And like I said, you know, if there's anything that I can do for anyone, you can reach me through the number that was given, or, you know, she'll give you my email, the young lady, because of the fact that really we're about helping our community. This is why I do what I do. It's not just doing events, it's however I can help to better enrich our community. And that's why I like doing the Feeding the Homeless on Tuesdays. But other things, if you have events that I can be of service to, let me know, because I'm here to be a servant. I'm not here to just be here and fill a space, but to serve while I can. Let the life I live speak for me. And I would like a life of helping and encouraging people along this journey of life.
and she is a woman of her word. What she say, that's what she mean. And I mean, and it's continuous, it's consistent, just like the water in the river. It's consistent. You know it's going to happen.
Yes.
So for those of you who would like to be a featured guest, just like Robin here, and to share whatever it is that you're doing in the community, just go to ctrmedianetwork.com and click on the logo that have my face, the Tina Ramsey Show, and we can get you on here because we love to share positivity and impactful messages and people so that you can know and have hope again. Okay, so many people lost their hope, and we want you to regain your hope, to know that it's still good people in the world, it's still good things happening, and you can be a part of it. So Robin, thank you so much for being here on today.
Thank you. And you all have a wonderful, blessed, and good night.
All right. So bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
The Finkley Experience, an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education and which prepares high school students for college. For more information, visit their website at thefinkleyexperience.com. Father to Father Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that strengthens families through father engagement with a goal to help men in our communities to be great dads. For more information, visit their website, fathertofatherinc.org. Ablaze Entertainment. The goal of Ablaze is to take emerging artists and develop them to the next level of their career. For more information, visit their website at ablazeentertainment.net. Thank you.
What's up, everyone? It's Jaleel Thurman here, your boy from HBC 101 Yard Talk 101 in the building. And I just want to let you know you're watching the Michael Finkley Show. Aha, don't go nowhere.
On the next Michael Finkley, learn from our experts today how to manage your small business and how to purchase your first home. Mortgage banker Pete Bember and accountant Safi Russell. Next Finkley.
It's my biggest dream come true. Hold on, hold on. It's my biggest dream come true. Hold on, hold on.
Howdy, welcome to the Michael Finkley Show. Thanks for joining us today. Now, I told you, Fink Fam, earlier this week that I'll be doing a segment called Daytime Dish on my IG Live, Wednesdays, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and with my awesome partner in crime, Brynier Seymour, and he has this amazing platform as well, Late Nights with Brynier Seymour. And we did this segment, and it was just so amazing to talk about the different daytime platforms and what they represent to us, and things that we saw they did amazingly. Some things that was like, why'd you do that, right? So just our opinions on daytime television as a whole. So if you missed it, go back to our IG Live and it's there on our platform at Michael Finkley Show on IG. But again, we'll be with you every Wednesday, right? Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, of course, with the great and the talented Bryneer Seymour. So take a look, y'all. Take a look at it and join us on the conversations. Now, you know, in life, you've heard different things of you got to take care of yourself. You got to take care of yourself when it comes to your spiritual aspect, your physical aspect, but also your financial aspect as well. And we have experts to assist with those aspects on today. Safi Russell with us, and she's an accountant. She helps small businesses maintain their status. She does some incredible things, and we talk with her, and she gives us some amazing advice on how to sustain your business. And then also, too, we have Pete Bember with us as he talks about the mortgage aspect of looking to purchase your first home and what those details look like for you. I got something from both of them because, of course, I have my business and I'm looking to buy a home next year. So this conversation to me came right on time. So Think Fam, I hope you get something from it. Don't you dare go away. Back in a moment. Coming up, we have Pete Bember with us. Don't you go away.
Hey, I'm John Marshall Jones. Some of y'all know me as Smart Guy Daddy. And you are watching The Michael Finkley Show.
On the next Michael Finkley, hear the story of this amazing survivor. Geraldine Taylor is with us. How she survived her battle with cancer and how she motivates others in the process. This is a story you don't want to miss. Next, Michael Finkley. Hello, everybody. It's Finkley from the Finkley Experience. We're an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first-generation students. And also, we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first-generation population for easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thefinkleyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, times are hard in this day and time, so we have an expert here with us to talk about those mortgage financial crises that we see ourselves here in the year 2022. He is none other than John Bember. John, thanks for being with us today.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Thank you so much for being with us today and bring your expertise to our show. So in this day and time, when it comes down to what you see within the financial world of finance and mortgage, what are you seeing? What are the different trends you are seeing in present day?
Well, currently what I'm seeing, Michael, is an increase in interest rates. And essentially what's happening is that the market is shifting from a seller's market to a buyer's market. Because what happens is when the interest rates actually increase, it takes the buyers off the market. It'll be less buyers coming into the marketplace. So I'm starting to see a shift from the seller's market to a buyer's market.
Oh, wow. Do you see that changing anytime soon?
Not anytime soon. The Fed's just recently increased the interest rates. So I think we're pretty much stable at this point. Most of the banks have actually built in any increases in the interest rates right now. So I think we're going to be stable. And, so basically, what I'm seeing across the board is everything is starting to equalize.
Gotcha. And it's amazing we're having this conversation because I'm saving up to purchase my first home. And my goal is to do that next year. So what are some steps that could assist me in this process?
Well, that's a really good question, Michael. Most people don't know, when they go to a bank, they think, those programs are there, your traditional programs, conventional FHA, VA, but most home buyers do not realize that there's actually down payment assistance available for those individuals. Yeah, you go think, right? So, for example, with our bank, there's a Heroes program, and with that Heroes program, if you are a first responder or you're a teacher, a firefighter, there's $10,000 available for down payment assistance. And that could save you a considerable amount of money. Most conventional loans, for example, you're going to be bringing about 5% to the table. So if the bank's able to provide you with a $10,000 of down payment assistance, that's definitely going to help. Well, let's take a look at an FHA loan, for example. That's 3.5% down. So the bank can provide you with $10,000 to help aid to help aid and assist you in that cost.
Really? Wow. So once we get over that hump, what about credit scores? We hear so much about that in this process. Is it really important?
Yes, it is, Michael. Credit scores are absolutely the key to getting into a house and getting into a house at a decent interest rate. For example, with our bank, the minimum credit score is going to be somewhere around 620. Okay, and I'm seeing most people, they're coming in around that amount. Now, if you don't have that, that's okay, because our bank and personally, I can provide assistance to help increase that credit score. Most people don't realize, to increase your credit score, it can be as simple as just paying down a credit card or maybe adding a additional credit card. Just simple steps you can take, and sometimes you can see a 10, 15, 20, 30% bump on your credit score.
Really? How long does that
Yes.
process take, though, if that individual needs to bump up their credit or fix their credit? How long does that process usually take?
Well, usually, a process like that is going to take about 30 days, depending on what the situation is. Okay, it could be something simple, like paying down a credit card. Now, if you pay down a credit card, usually you pay it down immediately. You'll get something, from your credit card agency. You can provide that to the credit bureaus, Equifax, and the others. And once you provide that information to the credit bureaus, they can go back and do what's called a rescore. Okay, so you provide them with a document saying, "Hey, I just paid down my credit card. Can you go confirm that, with my credit card company?" Once they confirm that with the credit card company, then the credit bureaus can actually go back and rescore you. So that process can be simple. It could take minimum 3, 4, 5 days in some situations.
Oh, wow. See, I'm learning a lot. Think fam, I don't know about you, but I'm learning a lot in this process, because now I find it very intriguing. Me and my best friend, we talk about these different things that we research, and we come together and we talk about these things like that in conversation, basic conversation. So this is good stuff. This is definitely good stuff.
Yeah. And, if I can just add a little bit to that too as well, because I want to make sure I emphasize this point. And then in addition to down payment assistance, our bank has what's called a PATH loan. So how does that work? If you are in a low to moderate area, and I call that an up and coming area, our bank can give you actually 100% financing in those particular areas. And the key to that program is that there is no mortgage insurance on that program too as well. So in the case of let's just throw out a mortgage, $260,000, you can save yourself an additional $130, $140 because you don't have to pay PMI on that particular program.
Why isn't this? I think it is common knowledge, but why don't we know this information?
Well, because not everybody offers these programs. Our bank, under our portfolio product, we're able to go in and create products that actually will go out and assist the low to moderate community. So it's a bank by bank situation, and our bank is just one of those banks that believe in reaching out to the community, especially our low to moderate community.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. So final words, Pete, when it comes down to us knowing the true factor of our finances and taking this leap of faith and buying a house and buying a home, what final words do you have for our viewers?
Well, the final words is that, it is a good time to go out and buy a house. I know everybody's afraid of it, what's happening with the interest rates.
Though.
Yeah, it's actually the opposite. Yeah, I mean, rates are not 2%, 3% like they used to be. I mean, but, if you look at interest rates over a time period, I mean, about 20 years, I mean, to have a 12% interest rate was still a good interest rate. So to have something in the fives or the sixes right now is still, it's still a good time to buy. And if you, you connect with the right type of lender, there's all types of down payment assistance that can aid you in getting in that home.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I'll be reaching out to you with more questions personally. That is the case. If our yes, sir.
Well, no, I'm looking forward to assisting anybody out there that that needs my help, and the bank. Again, we feel strong about investing in the community, and especially in the low to moderate community too as well. So I'm here to offer any assistance that's needed.
I love it. And how can the Think Fam reach out to you?
Well, the easiest way is directly through the bank, or personally on. I mean, I can give you my cell phone number, for example. I give that out to most of my clients, so you can reach me directly on my cell phone number at 770-906-7178.
All right. His name is John, but you go by Pete, correct?
That's correct.
Go by Pete. Reach out. Questions. I know I'm going to have some in the future. Thank you so much, Pete, for being with us today.
Yes, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Michael, for inviting me.
You're very welcome. Think Fam, don't you go away. Back in a moment. Next, we have Safi Russell with us. Don't go away.
Hey everybody, I'm Eric Rollins. You guys probably know me from Zoom, as well as Kevin from work and a couple other things. You guys are watching the Michael Finkley Show.
Welcome to Father to Father. The mission of Father to Father, Charleston, South Carolina, is to help fathers in the Low Country area of South Carolina to be a positive and consistent presence in their children's lives. Father to Father provides community-based programs and support groups for fathers free of charge. They also help fathers connect to other resources they need so they can meet their responsibilities and secure their parental rights. Father to Father offers job coaching and employment connections that benefit fathers. Father to Father is a resource for local organizations that want to provide family support and father-friendly services. If this program is a fit for you, visit our location in North Charleston, South Carolina, and meet our friendly staff here to help and assist. Or visit our website at fathertofatherinc.org. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, she is a consultant, all right, when it comes down to the business of and being an accountant. She's a tax professional, so she's busy this time of the year. And she's also the founder of the virtual company, SDR Consulting. She is Safi D. Russell. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you, Michael?
I am super fantastic. We're good. We're good. No, the question is, how are you doing?
Yes, I am doing great. Yeah, I'm going to speak that, and I'm doing great. We got a couple more days to the 9:15 deadline, but I'm going to make it, and then we got 10:15 after that, and a little bit of a break time.
There you go. There you go. I love it. I love it. I love to hear experts in their field because you know what you're talking about. Listen, I love this. And so within this profession, why did you decide to serve people in this type of role?
So it's interesting how I got into accounting as a whole. And I took a bookkeeping class in high school, and I liked it. And then I had spoken with some family about different things I could do, and I landed in accounting, right? So I went into SUNY Albany for school, went through all the 4 years, and then I was fortunate to go right into the field, into public accounting right out of school. And I worked in corporate America, for 16 years in public accounting.
Mhm.
And what I realized along the way is that, I had a few friends, even my husband and I, who had ventured into business a little bit, and they weren't really getting what they needed. I primarily work with business owners, especially those in the mental health profession,
Mhm.
and I wanted to be able to give back to that industry specifically, and also give them the tools they need to survive. Right. I found that they were underserved. They had passions. They just didn't have the education or support behind them. And it just kind of fell in my lap. I started working with more and more business owners. And then now it's like 95% of the industry that I'm working with.
Oh, wow. How long have you been doing this?
So I've been in the industry as a whole 20 years. This is my 20th year in the tax and accounting space, and I'm a CPA. I got my CPA roughly 2016. I don't want to do it off memory, but I got that later on. But yes, I've been in the industry as a whole 20 years, and I've been with full time with my firm since 2018.
In your firm, what type of what do you cover in your firm for your clients?
Yes, great question. So, SDR Consulting Inc. is a virtual tax and accounting and consulting firm. So, we primarily provide tax services, bookkeeping, business consulting, tax consulting, and also tax resolution for those who've gotten into trouble with the IRS. So, when working with businesses, our goal is to really work with them if they're just getting started out or if they need to clean up, starting from the consultation phase. Okay, have you set up your business? If not, what are the different types? What's the pros and cons? Speak with a lawyer as well. And then let's get you on the path of getting your business set up,
Mhm.
then getting your bookkeeping in order, then getting some tax planning in place as you become more profitable, look at your entity structure, and so on. And then we move into those who maybe have made a mess, right? So maybe they're coming in with past due returns, or they don't have the right entity structure. They don't know what their structure is. They don't have any bookkeeping in place. And we kind of bring them back through that path, the right way. So those are the main services. With small business owners, you kind of get pulled into a lot. So those are the core. I'm sure there's more things that I don't necessarily do. I have partners who I can partner with, like as far as retirement planning and things of that nature, but primarily tax, accounting, and consulting services.
Gotcha. So I must ask an expert. We have 4 areas that we want to talk about, and I want you to give your top advice to the Think Fam within these 4 topics. So let's just riff them off, right? So
yes.
You say you help businesses start up. So what is advice that you give when someone comes to you with this topic?
hmm First, you want to understand what type of entity you want to establish, or any entity at all, right? So whether it be just a sole proprietorship with a DBA, you could doing business as name, or an LLC or a corporation, and do you want to make an S election? That's really the starting point. And we look at that from a tax and accounting perspective, but I also encourage them to look at it from the legal side and speak with an attorney. It's going to depend on, the assets you have at risk, the type of industry, what the risks are related to that industry, and also how good are you at being disciplined and knowing how to pay taxes as a business owner. That also can have an impact on the type of entity that you set up. So that's my starting point. Once that's established, then we can go into the rest. You shouldn't really be developing a brand, getting a website until that entity is really established, because you may be branding yourself as XYZ company, and then when you go to set up your company officially, it's not available. Now you got to rebrand. So entity selection, first step.
Wow, where were you 4 years ago when I started, right? I'm a first generation business owner, so I didn't know in the world I was doing. Like, what am I doing over here in this corner? But that makes sense to me. Once you say it, it's like, oh my gosh, that makes perfect sense. Oh my gosh.
Right.
All right. Next topic, bookkeeping.
Yes.
Might pull my dreads out with that. Bookkeeping. What advice do you give with that?
I recommend getting a system in place from the beginning, right? I understand it's an investment, and we're flexible in working with business owners. So we have some clients where they manage it themselves, but we help get them set up and trained on the basics. We primarily use QuickBooks Online. There's other ones out there we've experienced, but mostly QuickBooks Online is what I recommend. So at least get assistance setting it up so you know how to use it. Because when you go in there blind and just try to watch tutorials and so on, most times it ends up a mess or it becomes overwhelming, or they just don't keep up with it and they drop it. Bookkeeping is ideal for every business, no matter the size, no matter how much money you're bringing in, because when it comes time to do taxes, you're accounting for everything that has happened the previous year. And it's better to see during the year what's actually going on in your business so you can make tweaks, make changes as needed, see if you're profitable, see if you need to pay in taxes. The purpose of bookkeeping is to track all the money coming in and all the money going out, whether it's income, money you invested, expenses, loans. All those things can have different tax effects, and it's better to do that throughout the year when it's fresh in your memory than a year and a half later. So definitely bookkeeping is important from the beginning, even when you're in the startup phase.
Gotcha. Again, 4 years ago, where were you? All righty, I love it. Next topic, those overlooked tax write-offs.
Yeah.
What
There's a few.
I know. What are the typical ones that you may see people that they overlook? What are those items that you see that people overlook? Like, you can do this on your taxes. Come on.
Yeah, it's so funny. I'm coming across, I have a few people in real estate, and this is probably not as a well discussed topic, but when you own a property, whether it's being rented out completely, or even if you have like a two-family and you're renting out part of it, or if you're renting out a room in your house, right? There's common expenses related to the rental portion of your home. So you're going to have utilities and mortgage interest and real estate taxes, repairs, things like that. But then there's depreciation. And this is pretty much how you account for the cost of your home over time. So as a business, as a rental property, you can deduct over time a portion of what you pay for your home, pretty much. And I've seen so many returns where people have rental property, they have all those other deductions, but depreciation line is blank. Now, what happens in that situation when you go to sell the property, the way the IRS rules are in place, you have to account for the depreciation as if you took it, regardless if you took it on your return. So if you paid $350 for the return for the home, paid $350 for your home, $350,000, and you should have depreciated $25,000 for the time you held it. You're going to be picking up a gain based on $325 of your costs, less, whatever the sale price, let's say 500,000, less 325 as if you took that depreciation, regardless if you took it or not. So long story short, depreciation is like a current year deduction you can take over time for the value of your home. And if you don't take it, or if you do take it, you still got to account for it when you sell the property. So you want to definitely make sure you are taking it. So that's just something common that I've seen, mainly because people don't really understand it. It's when you're doing the tax software, tax prep yourself with software, to be honest, a lot of times that's when I see it most, because they just don't understand the concept of it. But I've even seen professionals do it and just forget. So anyway, so now there's a way to correct that, retroactively with a certain form, but that's one of the ones I see commonly missed. Now, this next one is I guess missed, but also misused, and that's the home office deduction. And so because a lot of people are virtual nowadays, especially after COVID, it is important to know that, yes, if you're in business, not if you're working for someone, but if you're in business, you can validly take the home office deduction if you have a dedicated space in your home that is exclusively and regularly used for business. So this is not your dining room table where you also eat dinner and the family comes to eat. This is not your kitchen, right, counter. It needs to be a dedicated space. It doesn't have to be an office. It could be a corner of a room. And whatever the square footage of that space is, compared to the square footage of your whole home or apartment, you can take that percentage of business expenses. So your rent, if you rent, utilities, renter's insurance, certain repairs, whatever that percentage of that space is, you can take that percentage of those deductions and offset your income from your business. If you have a loss, it doesn't add to your loss, but it can carry forward. Now, depending on your business structure, there's different ways to take that deduction. If you have a corporation, it's done a little differently. You need to have something called an accountable plan in place to properly reimburse yourself for the home office. But nonetheless, it can add up, especially if you have, depending on your industry, if you have a large space in your home used for business. So missed, but also misused, because, I've seen 50% home office use, and it's very possible, but it's also could be very questionable. So just be careful with that one. For sure. And then another one is mileage. accounting for vehicle expenses that you use, accounting for your business use of your vehicle, right? So if you have a personal vehicle, if you're not tracking your miles, I'm just going to tell you, you're missing out. If you drive for business at all and you're not tracking miles, you're missing out, because when you go to do your taxes, you can benefit from those deductions. Right now, we're at like 60 something cents a mile, give or take. It's one half for this year, one half for the other. But you can take that deduction based on your business use. How do you determine business use? If you have a car you use for business and personal, your mileage, right? So if your mileage is 50% business, 50% personal, you can take 50% of certain expenses on your car, or you can do a standard mileage, which is a flat rate, 50 something, 60 cents per mile. So long story short, people miss it because they don't track, and it come time to tax season and they can't go back and they don't want to take the time to go back and manually figure it out and create that log, or they just don't know that they can deduct it, or they take it improperly. So they'll take mileage and they'll also take gas and insurance, and you really can't do both. There's different methods. So I would say those are the top 3 that come to mind when it comes to overlooked or misused write-offs.
I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot over here in this corner. Wow. The final topic. How much, if you're working for yourself, right, and you're getting all these monies, right? How much do you set aside for taxes?
Yeah, so that is a great question. And it would be great if there was a flat percentage that everyone can go by, but there isn't, right? Because everyone's tax situation is different. When you're in business for yourself, most businesses, unless you're a C corporation, which pays its own tax, currently 21%. If you're an S corporation, if you have an LLC, a partnership, or you're just a sole proprietor, Uber driver, whatever, your taxes are determined based on everything combined. So your taxes are determined based on everything combined. So you have your business activity, you have your personal activity, personal deductions and credits that apply. And when all that's combined, that's when your taxes are determined. So your rate could be 22%. It could be 15%. It could be 37%, plus your state taxes. So that's why it's hard to say a flat number. But what I do give some suggestion towards is at least 30%. 30% to put away in savings. So some people, how do I do that? It depends, right? So some people just take 30% of their gross and put it away. Some people take 30% of their net and put it away. Anything that you're putting away and paying and putting in savings or paying towards estimated payments is going to help if you're profitable. So what percentage is going to apply to you is going to differ, because here in New York, especially in the city, some people can be at almost 50% tax. So 30% wouldn't be enough, right? And so somewhere right in the middle is what I would do. 30% of your profit or your gross revenue putting aside for savings, for taxes, and then paying that in quarterly, preferably. This way it's like out of reach. And then if you end up overpaying, you'll get it back, or at least you'll minimize penalties that may apply. So if I had to give a percentage, I would say 30, but definitely the better way is to do tax projections during the year. Once again, if your bookkeeping is in order, you can meet with your professional and run your numbers, pretty much run like a mini tax return each quarter to see exactly what you should be paying in based on your specific situation.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, Think Fam, I hope you're listening. I love it. Cool news. So again, thank you for the service that you do in helping others with their dreams. We really appreciate you. This is what servants do. You can't be a leader if you've never served before, and that's what you're doing. So thank you for that. How can the Think Fam, you're welcome. How can the Think Fam find you on social media and also get in contact with you about the services you offer?
Yes, absolutely. So on social media, you can find me at SDR Consulting. So that's S as in Sam, D as in David, R as in Robert, Consulting, on Instagram, Facebook as well. My website, www.sdrconsultinginc.com. And you can call and schedule a complimentary intro call. Contact my office at 516-255-6603. Thank you.
All righty. And all your information in the description below as well. Thank you so much for being with us.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Think Fam, don't go away. Back tomorrow.
So this is your Louisiana girl, Denise Boutte, coming at you on the Michael Finkley Show. And you guys may know me from Why Did I Get Married as the really sweet girl Trina, or maybe Meet the Browns as Sasha. But I'm coming at you guys from the great state of California, but originally from Louisiana, because you know I can't lose that Southern girl, baby. All right, you guys stay tuned to Michael Finkley.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
On the next Michael Finkley, hear the story of this amazing survivor. Geraldine Taylor is with us. How she survived her battle with cancer and how she motivates others in the process. This is a story you don't want to miss. Next, Michael Finkley. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. I hope that you learned something from our show today. Thank you so much, Safi and Pete, for being with us and just giving us your advice and your time as well of what we need to do towards our businesses and what we need to do towards purchasing our first home as well. So thank you so much for the knowledge and your experience. Thank you so much. If you haven't already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, The Michael Finkley Show. Ring that bell notification. We'll send you an email saying, hey, new content's available. Please listen to us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And for more information about what we do here on the show, visit our website, michaelfinkley.show.com. Of course, again, we're on U42 under the RASB Network and also Roku TV. Thank you so much for watching, Think Fam. See you next time, and always have a good one.
Magazine, y'all. I'm in a homeschooling magazine. You see me right there? Our fearless leader, Dr. Tina Ramsey, my mentor. Let me tell y'all, when I first connected with Dr. Tina, I was just like, this woman is the truth. Like, I want to be like her. She's gold. And ever since I said that, I've done my best to just study under her and follow her and be a part of just about almost everything that she creates. And I'm just so grateful to be able to participate, you know, in this homeschool.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the Boss Life Online Thursday Live. I am Gio, and I'm the content creator for the Boss Life Online. And today, our topic is going to be 10 things that make a woman threatening to other women. Okay. Before I get started on the topic, I want to tell you about my channels. Boss Life Online is about business, and I'm going to start doing a lot of how-tos. And on this channel, my channel is monetized. Also, I have my blog channel, which is Geo's Blogs. Geo's Blogs H-Town is also a monetized channel, and that is where you can see what I'm doing once a week. If I have something I'm doing, okay, I will put it up. But that channel has been very, very good to me, and I hope you guys go and visit it. It's called Geo's Blogs H-Town. And then I have my team building channel. That's Team Build with Geo, where you can come over and get playlist buddies. I have a team for that. I have a team for community likes, and I have a team that will tweet your videos to Twitter so that you could get a lot more exposure in other people's accounts. So that is what I do on all 3 of my channels. And because I don't want to be very, very long on this topic or go over my hour, I have my guest today is Marlene. So I am going to bring Marlene up. Okay, here's Marlene. Okay, and the topic, like I said today, is 10 things that make a woman threatening to other women. Now I'm going to go to the chat and see who's all in here. Angela Critters is in here, friend to family, Team Gravely. Hey, Team Gravely. Eunice Williams. Hey, Eunice. Evangelist Nancy. Good morning to you. And that's it for right now. But hey, that's enough to get started with, because this is some good information. I want you guys to know that I took this information from the internet, and it's an article written by Christy Stewart, and she wrote this article January the 7th, 2022. And I'm going to have that link down below so you can read all this up for yourself. My co-host today is Marlene. So Marlene, go ahead and talk about your channels and introduce yourself.
I was muted. I'm Marlene of Marlene Motivates. On my channel, I share positivity, inspiration, story times, just anything that is going to help you to heal from a situation or that teaches life lessons.
Okay, so now, guys, let's get started with this subject. Okay, 10 things that make other women feel threatening to other women. Okay, I wanted to do this topic because when I saw this topic, I was just looking on the internet for just good stuff to read and put in my head all the time, and I ran across this. I called Marlene and asked her if she wanted to do it with me, and she said yes. Now, you don't have to agree with this article, but this is a topic for today, and we would love to hear your opinions on this topic as well. Okay. Now, this is our disclaimer. Now, while anyone of any gender can feel threatened by qualities or behaviors a person exhibits, this article will focus solely on women. In many cultures, women are socialized differently than other genders, and the ways they socialize can contribute to competitive, hostile, or unsupportive interactions. So let's find out 10 things that make a woman threatening to other women. The first one is that a woman, you may feel threatened by another woman because she's beautiful. When I first read that, I was like, she's beautiful. Of course, all women are beautiful, but this is what this girl said, Chrissy. And we would love to hear your opinion on this. Whether or not you believe you're beautiful, if other women around you think you're prettier than them, you may struggle to connect with them. People of any age, body type, or size can be confident or insecure about their appearance. If someone feels that their appearance deviates from socially imposed standards of beauty, they may project their insecurity onto people who fit the standard more closely. It is possible that other women may feel threatened by your beauty, and your mere presence may make them feel inadequate. If they are single, they may see you as competition for romantic partners. If they are married, they might see you as a seductive temptress who is plotting to steal their spouses. That's number one. You're beautiful. What do you got to say about that, Marlene?
Well, I feel personally like I've seen both sides of the coin. I have been on the side where people have hated on me, and there's no other reason but they're intimidated by my looks because I'm a confident woman. I didn't used to be, but when you walk into the room and you command the room, other women are, I see the looks looking at you sideways and all of that. But you can't do anything about it. And sometimes people feel that way because you have the confidence that they wish they had. But I also have been on the other side before my recovery when I used to look at other women and they had what I wanted. And I'd be like, look at her. Who does she think she is walking around wearing that dress?
Go ahead on, girl. And that's because we wanted to be like him, but just didn't know how. There's a lot of insecurities that women have. Okay, now this is what Christy wrote, and what she said her advice was when you're beautiful and other people are mean to you because of that or saying stuff. She said there is not much you can do to change your appearance. You can try to downplay your attractiveness features, but ultimately you shouldn't have to hide your good qualities to someone else's because of someone else's insecurities. And I agree with that. If some people seem threatened by your appearance, it may be helpful to offer sincere compliments about their appearance to help them feel more confident and less threatened by you. I'm like, nah, I have to say, I'm just going to be me. And I try to compliment every woman. If you look good, Marlene, I tell you, girl, you look good, And if I want to look good, then I need to start taking better care of myself and stop trying to put that off on other women. Okay, so number one reason why, 10 reasons why, we're talking about 10 reasons why, things that make other women feel threatening by other women. The number one is you're beautiful. You can't help if you're pretty. My God. Okay. To me, all women are beautiful.
Well, yeah, I don't agree with that, but okay.
I'm talking about the ones that's got good personalities and all of that and love in their hearts. I ain't talking about the snobs and the narcissists.
Oh, okay. Because you said all, so I was like,
I mean, if I meet somebody and they treat me really bad and they're really, beautiful when I say that, you have to be beautiful not on the outside, but on the inside as well. Okay, that's the beauty I'm talking about. You as a person. Okay, let's move on to number 2. You ready for this one, Marlene? You're smarter than them. You're smart or you're smarter than them. Okay, let me go to the chat and see what's happening here. Nancy says, okay, let's see. Let's see. Nancy said, this says, wow. Then she said, this is so good. Angela got, I don't know what that particular emoji means, but Eunice is saying, this is true. I have experienced this myself. I heard other women say she thinks she looks good. Some women, when they are not secure with their own looks, this is what they say a lot of times. Yes, they do. Okay. Friends to family said this is a good topic. Eunice said, I'm not a snob. They will admit that I'm a nice person, wonderful person, but they don't like me because of my looks, because the way I carry myself. I know that's right. Okay, Donna is saying exactly, not at all. And how you doing, Donna? Welcome to the live. Also, Eunice, welcome to the live. Tracy Booth is in here. Thank you, Tracy, for coming so much. Okay, you're smarter than them. Okay, this is what she wrote. She said it's okay to be smart. So as long as the people around you aren't reaching for a dictionary to translate your last sentence. Okay. The reaching for, let's see, the bigger the words you use, the smaller your audience may feel. Until you know the people around you, keep the conversation and the mood light. Most people just want to have fun. Make sure that your conversation is fun when you communicate with other people. Okay? Because people can, you know, did you understand what she was saying? You know what I'm saying? When other people, you may make other women feel threatened because you use all of these big words, and you're in a group where people just maybe have just a high school education or no high school education, and here you all trying to teach them something, but you're using all these big words that they don't even know about. So she's saying, her advice is saying you should be smart enough to know that giving a lecture on some obscure topic can be alienating for the people around you. What do you think, Marlene?
Well, this is speaking to me, Jill, because sometimes I think of things, but I think of things through a higher vocabulary. I can't help it. It's because I'm always reading books and learning new words, because that's my thing. I love grammar and language and stuff. So I have to learn to tone that down sometimes and use more simple words. But I can understand that.
Yeah, but she also said you don't have to dumb yourself down when you talk to other women. But if you're a very smart person, try to refrain from using your intelligence to make other people feel stupid. But you don't do that, Marlene.
No, I don't but sometimes I could tell, like when I'm talking to people sometimes, and they're looking at me like, what? What? And then I was like, oh, okay. Let me go back to the simple words.
Right. Sometimes, and then she says, don't show off or act condescending, but don't hide your intelligence either. Get comfortable with being yourself and let other people know the real you too. That's good too. I really like that. Let's move on to number 3. Okay, number 3. 10 reasons. Okay, where we are here. Let's see. 10 things that make a woman threatening to other women. Number 3, you have a strong work ethic. You have a strong work ethic. She says, whether you're a stay-at-home mom who cooks every meal from scratch with organic ingredients grown from your own garden, or you are a professional woman who performs every task above and beyond the call of duty, your hands-on approach to life can make some people feel insecure about their own work ethic. That's true. Mm-hmm. Because whatever they gave me to do in these corporate jobs, my father taught me to do it 110%. Be better. Okay? And that brings about a whole lot of other things why he told me that. But I know for a fact that most people in corporate, they were so insecure because I did everything I could to keep my job. Okay, I had a baby to take care of. I didn't have time to go on the job and play. So I was so creative with coming up with this, coming up with that. And people would say, she thinks she's something. You better believe, yes, I am something. I'm paying my light bill. Okay, what you got to say about that, Marlene?
Yeah, I think sometimes, Jill, other women may feel threatened by another woman, especially if that woman is doing something that maybe they want to do. And you look at them and be like, man, instead of saying, man, I wonder how they did that. Instead, you looking at them sideways and then try to devalue her. And that's not good. That just shows who you are. That shows that you need to work on yourself. So don't do that. Stop doing that. And I like to always encourage another woman and give another woman a compliment and give another person credit where credit is due.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. in the chat, Lisa B is saying we was talking about number 3. Let's see. She said it's all boiled down to ego. You make them feel stupid, they make themselves feel stupid. I heard that, Lisa B. All right, Eunice is saying, no, Lisa B is also saying ego will be your downfall if you don't keep it in check. That's right. Eunice Williams is saying, I can relate to this various places that I have worked. Some individuals have different levels of education. They will say, she's well spoken, but some individuals will take it the wrong way. Yes, they do. Hey, Rochelle, welcome. Okay, yes, they do. Yes, they do. All right, let's go to number 4. Wait a minute, let me tell you what her advice is for number 3, which is you have a strong work ethic. She said, if your accomplishments and drive seem to make other people avoid you, try to avoid bragging and don't offer unsolicited advice to people about their initiative or lack of thereof. So, and save detailed conversations about your goals for friends who are like you and have a lot going on. Okay. So I guess what they're saying is when you have like dreams and your work ethics and all of that, if other people are not have that same drive as you, find people in your life, find friends that do have that same drive and share it with them. Because if you share it with other people that don't have that same drive, they're going to be like, girl, child, she thinks she's something. That's all they ever say. She thinks she's something. I am. Okay, Marlene, what you have to say about that advice?
Well, that's one of those things where I like to say, elevate your thinking and elevate your circle. Sometimes the people that you're surrounding yourself by is I wouldn't say they're not beneath you, but they're not on the same level or your plane of thinking. They're not going on the journey where you are going. So if you keep accepting and being around people and associating with people who are not within your realm and your grasp, your vision to where you want to go, I feel like you are downplaying yourself, or you're holding yourself back in your journey in your life, and you're going to make yourself miserable as well.
Right. Eunice Williams said, yes, you can't share everything with everybody when you have dreams and aspirations. I have none of this. You can't just talk to various co-workers or individuals that's not on the same path. No, you can't, because they think that you better than them and all of this old crazy stuff. Let's move on to number 4. Okay, here's Lisa B is saying, Eunice, their ego tells them that they should be prettier, better, and faster. Then they get nasty. If they come from a place of love, they would be happy for you, not envious. That is so true. Right. So true. Number 4, you don't fit into the group pecking order. Okay? Mm-hmm. There are some women who try to bond with others by creating power imbalances and social organizations which rank one above the other according to status or authority. That's like cliques. Mm-hmm. Everybody in your clique either have to be on your status, or if you on a low status, you're gonna pick the people that's got a lot of insecurities to be on your clique. Because that's how you survive and that's how you feel better. One way to maintain a power imbalance is to undermine some people and make them seem inferior. Some people will participate in unfair power imbalances because they want to, and some people will participate to avoid being placed at the bottom of the pecking order. These kinds of people are judgmental, critical, and mean. That's where the cliques come from. Mm-hmm. You have low cliques, in the middle cliques, and high cliques. And the low cliques can't go to the high cliques because they're not on my level. Mm-hmm. You understand? Marlon, you have anything to say on that one?
Yeah, and one of the things about a clique is You are saying only these people are acceptable and people outside of this are not. So it's basically it's judgments. You're judging people on their social, here I go with my words, socioeconomic status. So depending on where they are in their life, how much money do they have? Do they have the kids and the white picket fence and the house and all of that? We judge people because we think that people should be at a certain level, but we don't know what another woman has gone through and what they're going through right now. Who are you to judge them and say where they should be?
Thank you.
It's not up to us.
Yes. Now, Crystal's the lady that wrote this. What her name is, Crystal. Her advice says, if a person is willing to engage in petty gossip with you, they will probably also gossip about you. The most critical people are often the ones who have been the most criticized. Take pity on gossip, but don't get it too close to them. Okay? I'm like, well, even when I was growing up, my mama used to say that. She used to say, child, if you talking about them, they talking about you. You know? So I try not to get into any gossip or listen to it. Okay. 10 reasons why things that make a woman feel threatening by other women. Number 5 is you're confident. Okay. My grandma used to say, if you got it, flaunt it. Well, don't. It's okay to know yourself and like who you are as long as you aren't egotistical about it. When you walk into a room, does your presence say, here I am, or there you are? Some underconfident people will feel threatened by another person's confidence. Make sure that you are being confident and not arrogant when you interact with people. Marlene?
Yeah, I like the whole thing. I feel like it's very important when you enter a room, look at people in the eye. I think eye contact is really important. Acknowledge another person. Make another person feel good. Don't just like one of the things that I hate is when people walk into a room, maybe you don't even know them, and then they just walk past you. Even if you just look at somebody and say hello, you don't have to get into big conversations when you don't know others, but you can always acknowledge another human being. What does it take to smile and to say hello?
Yeah.
Doesn't take anything.
Right. When I walk into my sister's house and she has her friends there, even though I don't walk in there like, I'm here. What y'all gonna do? Jump up and say, whoop, 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 G.O. is here. No, when I walk into a room, I just go, hello, everybody. How y'all doing? And if somebody's smiling at me, I smile back. And if they want a hug, I give them a hug. I never act like I'm better or I'm in the room. Hey, look at me, you know? So this is her advice. She said, learn to like yourself and love others at the same time. You can be confident without being arrogant, and you should encourage your friends to be confident in themselves too. Keep in mind that it's not your job to make someone else feel good about themselves. Okay? You can be the most supportive and encouraging friend and still encounter other people who would treat you as if you were doing something to undermine them. In addition to owning your confidence, seek friends who can sport theirs without expecting you to shine less brightly. Wow. Okay, what they're saying is hang out with confident people. Both of y'all be confident together. You know what I'm saying? So it's just all about learning to like yourself and loving others at the same time. That is what that is about. Okay? And people don't like you because you're confident. That's crazy. They feel threatened. You know, I know that I have a lot of confidence. Okay? But I'm not arrogant with it unless you take me there. Okay? Then I have to really stop and think. You know, do I really want to go there and be messed up for a couple hours? No, it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. Okay, let's go to the chat and see what people are saying. I believe Eunice had said, let's see. Eunice said, yes, you can't share everything with everybody when you have dreams and aspirations. Okay, I think I read that. Okay, I read that. You can be confident but humble and friendly. That's right, Eunice. That's where I'm coming from. Angela said exactly. Don said, hey Don, good morning. Delightful Don. I'm glad you're here. Good morning to you. Lisa B is saying, I talk to people in the store if they can't find something or need help. People think you are loopy for chatting up a stranger, but we can help others. We raise our vibration as whole. That is so true, so true. Other women can feel threatened by you when you're fashionable. Okay? To some women, a pair of high heels is the same as sporting a pair of fishnet stockings and a tramp stamp. Oh my goodness. Don't ask me why, but a well-dressed woman can strike fear into the souls of all your flip-flopping, ballet flatty, tennis shoes, sporting friends. Maybe you just like to play dress up, but the insecure woman around you won't care. They will question your motives until their insecurity eats both them and you alive. What do you think about that, Marlene? You're fashionable.
Well, I think sometimes, like I've heard people say behind my back, she always has to overdress. Like it's just a thing. Not that when I heard it, I laughed because I am a person, I like to wear jewelry. I prefer to wear dresses than to wear jeans and shorts. But that's me. I'm being my authentic self. I'm not a person. If you like wearing shorts and jeans, and you wear shorts and jeans, but don't get mad at me because I wear dresses and jewelry all the time. Or I will be one of those girls that walk in the room with heels because that's what I like.
Yeah, well, some people, I don't, it's according on to me. It's according to the dress code with me. Now, like at my sister's party, she said we all could wear like a red t-shirt, red blouse, and jeans. Okay, I was like, cool, because I'm not like a real fashionable person, but if I'm going to be online like I am today, I'm going to have on a nice shirt, earrings, and stuff because that's my image. But if I'm just out somewhere, yeah, I'm going to wear some jeans and tennis shoes and the same jewelry because I'm trying to sell it. But that does not mean that I don't know why women are like that. I'm speechless on that part because I'm with you, Marlene, and you got on a nice dress or a casual dress with your earrings and all of this. I don't care. Mm-hmm. You're just Marlene to me.
Mm-hmm. See, but the whole thing is, I don't be walking around like, and holding my hand on my hip and looking at other people and stuff. I'm not showing off or anything, but people can only feed off of what they feel about themselves. They project that in the atmosphere. And I like what Don says. They be hating on me. And people do. People hate on you if they feel intimidated by you.
They do. Okay. All right. So the next one is a big one. Okay. People feel threatened by other women if they're thin. Okay. It doesn't matter how much you weigh if you are skinnier than someone else. And the thinner you are, the easier you are to dismiss. It's not because you're so small they can't see you. It's because they are purposely ignoring you. Heavy women may think that thin women just don't know what it is like to have a large body type. And they're right to a certain extent. Thin people are not treated badly on the basis of their thinness, but large people are definitely treated badly based on their size and weight. While a thin person can understand that intellectually, she will not experience the same kind of prejudice as a larger woman. A plus size woman may be less open and friendly towards a thin person. Maybe she's been bullied or treated as if she's less than are imparted by thin people. And as a result, she may not want to be close or vulnerable with you if you're thin. Perhaps you flaunted your size of being disrespectful about hers. Or maybe she struggles with feelings of jealousy. No matter what the reason, weight can affect how a person is treated. And I've seen that, and I see it today. How people treat people that's larger. You know, like I'm not no thin girl. I used to be a thin girl. You know what I'm saying? But today I just accept me for who I am, belly and all. Who cares? It's me. You know what I'm saying? Take me or leave me. You know, and that's just who I am, and I feel okay. And if I want to do something about it, then I can lose weight. Okay, that's how I feel about that. Now, let me see what people are saying in the chat here. Let your light shine. That's right. Delightful Dawn. Delightful Dawn is saying, I guess when I was reading, it's true. Eunice said, this is all true. When I went out, even to the grocery store, like to look nice. Some women, if they're not confident, they'll just stare. See, some who are confident in themselves will compliment you. That's right. I think because, you know, when I start wearing this hairstyle and I wear it out to the grocery store and stuff, I get a lot of compliments from women that's not insecure. The other ones, just like Eunice said, they just look you up and down. And I'm like, yeah, I know I look good. I just say that to myself, y'all. Go fix yours. All right, now let me just stop. Okay, Don says insecure. Amber said, I always try to look nice when I go out. Right. Don said, it's vice versa. Marlene and I had that combo on how we've been treated as a plus size and smile. Right. Lisa B is saying, I always tell someone if I like their blouse, if I'm with someone, they think I'm weird talking to strangers. No, I tell people, I go in Walmart and I see somebody with a nice purse, I'm always doing the same thing, Lisa B. No, that's not weird. All I'm saying is, I really like that top you got on. You know what I'm saying? And most people will say, oh, I bought this from Walmart and it's just right over there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what? It's just a minute to just compliment somebody. Okay, Angela. Don, people judge. Yes, they do. It's cruel to judge. Yes. I hate when other women say I'm skinny. That's Marlene motivates. Okay. All right. To you, Marlene, are you skinny to you?
No, but you remember my past, you know what I've been through with my eating disorder. So I don't think people mean to do it, but it kind of, to me, I think it's offensive. To me, people don't understand that saying skinny is the same thing as calling another person who's larger fat. And people don't understand that. They'd be like, oh, you're so skinny. To me, it's the same rudeness as calling somebody else fat. And people don't think that. They think saying you're skinny is a compliment, and it's not.
Okay.
It's rude.
All right. So now, thank you for that feedback, Marlene. But this, Crystal, her advice is this: treat all people with respect, regardless of their appearance. Acknowledge your privilege and use it to be supportive toward people rather than oppressive. Befriend people of all body types and treat them with dignity and respect. That is what we should do. Everybody can't be thin. Everybody don't want to be thin. You know, it's a struggle to lose weight. I've been trying to do it for 6 months, but you got to be willing to put down that ice cream and whatever else that you are eating that you ain't supposed to. So why you gonna be mad at somebody else because they look good? That's crazy to me. You know, but that's crazy to me. Okay, let's move on. Number 8. Now, you ready for this one, Marlene?
Yeah.
You have a strong personality. You may be threatening to other women because you have a strong personality. There's a difference between being strong and being overbearing. Okay? A strong person is usually firm about who they are. They have boundaries in their beliefs. When a woman is strong, she typically doesn't need obedience or approval from every person she interacts with. And she can accept that she and her friends may disagree on some things. However, an overbearing woman has an opinion about everything, and she usually insists on sharing that opinion. She always has an answer for every question. It just may not be the right one. She could be far left or far right, extremely spiritual or extremely hippie. But no matter what she believes, she can be extremely annoying when she forces her opinion and perspectives onto other people. Which kind of woman are you, Marlene?
To be honest with you, I'm the. What did you say the two options were?
The options were there's a difference between being strong and being overbearing.
I feel like I'm in the middle because sometimes I feel like I'm not strong enough, but I know that I'm not overbearing at all. I'm never overbearing. I always let people be who they are. So I think in the middle, right at the border of being strong, because I struggle sometimes. I'm just a human being. I try my best to be strong, and I try not to put my whatever, my opinions or my lack of whatever on somebody else. So
Right.
try to be myself.
Yes, I agree with that, Marlene. Let's see what they're saying in the chat. Eunice saying, I have no problem letting another woman know she looks nice. Don is saying, yes, Lisa B, exactly. Take 1 second to appreciate others and something. You're right. Lisa B is saying, I ain't putting down no ice cream. If they don't like my shape, who cares? I heard that, Lisa B. I heard that. Okay, so now let's move on to number 9. Okay, number 9 is things that make other women threatening to you. Number 9 is you're competitive. Okay, she says, that girl who always has to win. The one who views every aspect of social interaction as a competition, and the one who will use your heart as a stepping stool to the top. Well, she may win the game, but she will lose her friends in the process. And what good is victory when you have no one to share it with? Wow. When you're threatening to other women, and you make them feel threatened when everything is a competition.
Mm-hmm.
Who can say hi better? Hi. Now you think I'm gonna go somewhere and say something like that? No. Who can dress better? Who can wear the wig better? Who can wear the better jewelry? I mean, if you're talking to somebody who can express themselves better. No, I'm not into that. I'm finna come up in there being G.O. Respectful of everybody and loving everybody. I am not in competition with no one. I'm in competition with myself. Okay? I'm in competition with myself because I'm trying to be a better G.O. I'm trying to look at me and say, what part did you play in this situation to cause this situation, G.O.? I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to get on my knees every night and ask God for forgiveness. I'm trying to get on my knees every night and thank God for just waking me up and making me a better person. You see what I'm saying? I ain't got I'm competing with myself. I'm competing with the negative because I'm trying to put the positive on top of the negative. I don't have time to worry about what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can be support. I want to be a better friend and be supportive. I want to just be a better person all the way around. Okay, but I don't have time to compete with what you trying to do, other than support you, Marlene.
Yeah, and also I have learned that confidence is a daily thing. Sometimes you feel very confident based on how you feel. Other times you don't feel confident at all because you just maybe you're just having a bad day or you're in a bad mood. You don't feel like bothering or dealing with anything. You just want to just float through the day. But you got to be confident in yourself, because if you don't, who is going to? We got to believe in ourselves, but also you don't have to make yourself seem like make other people feel like they're less because you're around. We don't want to do that either.
Okay, Donna, just being real, saying I love giving compliments to people, even strangers. Lisa B, I think as a woman, historically, we have had to become overbearing at times in order to be heard. There is a time and place. Angela is saying, me too, Donna. Okay, let's see. Donna being real says, sounds like the Mahogany old movie, what Billy D said to Diana Rice. That's right. Okay, the lady that wrote this article, Crystal, is saying her advice is don't let a sense of competition cause you to mistreat others, and don't maintain friendships with overly competitive people. Even if you are a naturally competitive person, try to avoid treating all aspects of your social interactions as competitions. Constantly trying to outdo others will make it hard for people to be vulnerable with you. It might be a good idea to examine why you feel the need to compete with others. Okay. Hey, Just Vlogging Live, how you doing? Thank you so much for coming. I'm here listening and enjoying in a meeting. Oh, okay. Thank you so much for being here, Carla. Now let's get to the last one, number 10. Things that make other women feel threatened by you, by other women, or however you want to put it. Number 10, you're wealthy. Okay, the wealthier you are, the more out of touch you may be with average people and their problems. Women can connect over their weakness as much as their strength. Your mansion and your luxury cars may be overwhelming to the most down-to-earth ladies. Being wealthy may eliminate some type of stress from your life, and some people may resent the fact that you have so much when they have so less. Unfortunately, even if you can hide your car in the garage, you can't hide your Gucci purse, your designer jeans, or your wealthy lifestyle. Money talks, and in this case, it may be saying, I'm too good for you. Okay, this is what she's saying. We don't have to all agree to that. Her advice is don't flaunt your wealth or brag about financial blessings you enjoy. Nobody likes a bragger, and it's hard to be friends with someone if they use their wealth to make others feel jealous. Try to be discreet about your capital, especially if your friends don't have the same financial background. People can't help but compare themselves against each other. What do you think about being wealthy?
Well, I can say, like, I'm not a wealthy person by any means, but I think with the money that I do have, I use my money wisely. I know about money management skills and tools, and I'm building for my financial future with my portfolio. So I try my best to make good decisions, but what irritates me sometimes is that people get intimidated or mad because pre-pandemic, when things were good, I was making good decisions. So people were like, wait a minute, you're not going to work, or you're not doing this and that, and they're mad and they get jealous because you made good decisions before, when you're making plans and stuff, and other people, like family members and friends, will like judge you for that. Like, oh, how come you have money to do that? Or how come you can go on a vacation? So sometimes that comes across, and I feel like it's irritating when you make good decisions with your money, and then other people want to be like, because you have the money, people make you feel like you have to give them some of your money, and you don't. It's not your fault. It's not your responsibility to bail out other people out of their poor financial decisions. That's my opinion. I don't think you should have to bail out people, because when I was putting in the hard work and saving my money and not going through drive-through every day, Why should I have to bail you out when you were wasting $20 to $30 every day through drive-through? I can't.
Right.
That's my opinion.
On my, I used to be broke. I mean, I used to live from paycheck to paycheck. Okay. Until I made a decision to do something about it. Until I made a decision to work for myself and give myself all the raises that I can give myself. When I came here to YouTube, I was already successful, but I did not come here flaunting it. Nobody knew. I just came here with the Boss Life Online. I was trying to figure out from you guys how to make money over here. And you'll never know what kind of money I got because I don't flaunt it, and I don't want other people to feel like, oh, she got all of this. No, I am not wealthy like I want to be, but check with me in 5 years. Yes, I will be wealthy because I believe that's what's going to happen in my life when God moves, and it's just going to happen. Okay. But one thing about me, Marlene, I'm going to still be Geo.
Yep.
I'm still going to be the person that y'all know today. I'm still going to be humble. I'm still going to be a precious child of God because, I could have it today, gone tomorrow.
Yes.
But one thing that I can have all the time is me. Mm-hmm. Okay. And who I am. And that is who I just want to be Geo all the time, straight across the